Hello and welcome everyone, and welcome Discount Seth Rogen. Uh, so I should say thank you first of all for the emote idea. You know, when you say it, it's like, oh, super obvious, or rather, it's kind of like, why didn't I think of that sooner? This is just a testament to how uncreative I am, or rather, just I'm very much not artistically creative. One of the reasons why I went to science, just because simple things like that just like don't come to my brain for whatever reason. But yeah, thank you for anyone that's tuning in. I'm Corey Campbell, as usual. To those who celebrate, I guess happy Christmas, Christmas Eve. And don't celebrate, I hope you're having a wonderful weekend or wherever you are. And I'm pretty much on holiday for the next week or so, week and a half, give or take. I had a great workout stream yesterday. And I did not work out today, and that was a conscious choice on my part, because I actually I actually worked out twice yesterday. I did the workout stream, which is great. Thank you to anyone that tuned into the workout stream. It's always great. Well, all my workout streams are great. And then after the workout stream, I worked out again. I went to the public gym. Because I had a friend who wanted to work out, and I was like, okay, well, whatever. I still have quite a bit of energy left, so I went. I definitely did a lighter second workout, at least strength training, but then I ran like 5 kilometers, just kind of for the sake of it. So pretty much had 2 workouts in one day, and even though I woke up today feeling more or less fine, a little bit of fatigue, but then once I got up and running, or rather just started going about my day, I felt like I could go to the gym, but I figured try to play it smart and okay, maybe just take the day to recover. But I was pretty reassured by the fact that I didn't really wake up. I had no soreness, no extreme fatigue. If I really wanted to work out, I could have, but given the fact that also the weather outside is pretty awful, not only here but I think pretty much across all of North America, the weather seems to be pretty crazy, which I am going to cover a little bit, but there will be a main, as in the topic of the stream, the main topic that I want to cover about spirituality, which I think is, given the fact that for many people, mostly in the Western world, this is Christmas, or a bunch of holidays are occurring, and I'm not personally religious, and if anything, I'm kind of lean slightly more towards anti-religious, although I certainly respect everyone's beliefs, religious or otherwise, but I didn't, to me, religion is problematic, but that doesn't mean I'm not a spiritual person, or that I don't consider spirituality important, because I do. And then the research, I've considered myself a spiritual person for pretty much my entire life, but now the research appears to be backing that up, as in I'm gonna show some research about the positive benefits of being spiritual, and also maybe being sort of quote unquote spiritual is part of our humanity, or we are kind of maybe biologically wired to be spiritual, or to express certain spiritual aspects or qualities. And yeah, I agree with you, Seth Rogen. Too damn cold. And we in the past 3 or 4 days, we had some really bizarre weather. I think it was on Thursday. Yeah, Thursday there was a storm warning here in Quebec for overnight. And yeah, overnight on Thursday, it was pretty much blizzard conditions, really heavy snow. But then Friday morning, so yesterday morning, it warmed up pretty quickly, at least warm relative to the winter weather. It went from -10 blizzard conditions to plus 2 degrees Celsius. Although I guess in the US, Celsius doesn't mean much. But basically went from quite cold to not freezing temperatures. And so all of the blizzard snow that fell more or less melted, and then it just became super icy. And then we had a little bit of break yesterday afternoon into yesterday evening, And then it started freezing rain and super windy. And that's pretty much like the current conditions now. Although I think it's died down a little bit. But that's also just another reason why I didn't go to the gym earlier today, just because not courageous enough to brave the weather. Since I had 2 workouts in one yesterday, I was like, whatever. Take the day to relax and just not subject myself to the harsh conditions. But speaking of the harsh conditions, we'll get right into it. Moment. So yeah, I've been fortunate in that, you know, I've been spared in terms of I haven't lost power. I haven't really, my internet connection has been a little bit spotty for the past couple of days. Yeah, so actually, pretty much like -9 degrees Celsius. Those are pretty good. If it stayed like that consistently throughout all of Quebec in the winter, I would gladly take that. This is almost like practically t-shirt weather for me in the winter. I can deal with the -20, -25, -30 degrees Celsius. Like, it's not fun, but I can deal with it. But if it stays at like -8 or -9, to me it's like, oh, that's perfectly okay with me. Oh, and Wick, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. And I am staying alive. Definitely doing my best. And also, shout out to Wick. Happy holidays to you. I hope you're doing well. If you're not following the rebranded Wick TV already, you should be. They had a pretty... well, they always have good panels, but they had, you know, an exceptional panel just yesterday. As usual, always lurking. But yeah, so pretty much my province, or pretty much all throughout Canada and the US, like there's multiple articles. I'm just covering this one just because it's local to me. But yeah, it's crazy out there. So Hydro-Quebec to give update on situation as crews repair power lines. And I have not lost power. I've been spared. In Quebec, hundreds of thousands of homes and businesses are without power after a winter storm swept across the province, bringing freezing rain, snow, and high winds. And it seems to be like really... I had a brief preview of the winds yesterday as I was walking home from the gym. Like, it was... there's nothing in recent memory that comes to mind in terms of experiencing that forceful of a wind during this time of year. It was crazy. Like the type of wind where it's like I pretty much, like, for some parts had to like walk backwards towards my place just so that the wind is at my back instead of at my face. The snow that began late Thursday turned into rain and freezing rain Friday. Yeah, just like I mentioned, as temperatures rose and winds picked up. Temperatures then plummeted, prompting Environment Canada to issue a flash freeze warning. As of 7 a.m. Eastern Time on Saturday, Hydro-Quebec was still reporting more than 350,000 clients without power, primarily in these are the rural areas in Quebec. I'm basically, you know, the only major city in Quebec. So I've been, again, spared losing power, thankfully. Otherwise, obviously, I wouldn't be streaming now. At the storm's peak on Friday, more than 10,000 customers were without power in Montreal, but by Saturday morning, that number was down to about 4,000. The utility had advised customers to get prepared for potential power outages and to heat your home a few degrees warmer than usual, charge devices, download anything you might need, and have food on hand. Eric Fillion, the Crown Utilities Executive Vice President, said power was restored to more than 100,000 customers since the start of the storm Friday. But with the winds and icy weather continuing, more outages are expected. What are we hoping for? What we are hoping for is the wind goes down in the next 24 hours. We are working as fast as we can. And it seems like it's pretty much, you know, kind of like whatever can go wrong will go wrong. Or at least, you know, pretty much some of the worst timing for it to happen. Because I know many people are traveling this time of year, like over the weekend, over the holidays. And I know many flights have been canceled internationally. The situation in Montreal is not so bad, so teams working in the city have been sent to other problem areas. At this point, Hydro-Quebec expects to have power restored to the majority of customers by Sunday evening. But some in more isolated areas may not get power until early next week, he said. Hydro-Quebec has more than 1,100 workers out in the field and a team of support staff assisting with dispatch, communications, and customer relations. Hydro-Quebec will provide another update on the situation at 11 a.m. on Saturday. Total snowfall amounts to 20 to 30 centimeters, paired with winds as high as 110 kilometers per hour, swept the province Friday, with some of the most intense winter conditions whipping through the Capitale Nationale region. As many as 50 centimeters of snow were expected in some areas. I mean, we basically went, like, before Thursday evening. It was basically, like, no snow, or, like, all the snow that had happened, like, all melted, to, like, overnight, like, huge drop of snow, a lot of it melted, and now we're just, like, in freezing rain conditions. And obviously a lot of that freezing rain has stuck around. So whatever. Turns out we are going to have a white Christmas, but unfortunately, or sadly for a lot of people, they're going to have a white Christmas, like, without power. Like, at least to get everybody power, to get everybody's powers back. Looks like it's going to take until pretty much sometime next week. On Friday, Environment Canada shifted its snowfall warning for the Montreal region to a flash freeze warning. That is exactly what happened. Definitely when I was walking to the gym yesterday, as is the usual, like, this is expected. Like, even though we're in Quebec, we do snow and ice removal just really awfully. It's just, like, horrible. I feel bad for pretty much, like, anyone with mobility conditions or the elderly with, understandably, mobility conditions are not the best balance. Just because it really is like an accident waiting to happen. Just the sidewalks, I should probably take a picture of it and show it sometime. They're just like every sidewalk. Even I'm in a downtown core area, and the sidewalks are just, like, filled with ice. And it's like, it's only a matter of time before you're gonna slip and fall. And hopefully you don't hurt yourself. But many people do, and the ER numbers and hospital numbers reflect that. Just so many people get injured. And I think the vast majority can be prevented. Just, like, we know we have harsh winters, and yet we just seem to invest so poorly in snow removal and ice removal. Or, like, the lack of snow removal results in ice accumulating everywhere, especially on the sidewalks. Because from what I understand and what I observe, in comparison to other countries that have, like, harsh winters, like, for example, some of the Scandinavian countries, like, where it seems like they have, like, consistent, like, almost daily snow removal or snow clearing operations, as opposed to at least us, the way I sort of understand it and the way I observe it, and the way it's, the way the government messages it. Like, we just have sort of phases, or, like, it'll happen, like, once per week, or they'll only do it once a certain amount of snowfall has accumulated. And it's just, like, really bizarre, and it's really awful. And since they allow a lot of snow to accumulate before they actually start clearing it, like, a lot of, people still gotta walk and get around and drive, and so, like, the snow gets compacted, and, as you increase pressure and more people, like, walk on the snow, like, some of it melts, turns into ice. That's how, that's the effect of temperature and pressure, like, on snow. If you crush it enough, have enough pressure, temperature increases, some of it melts, and then once that pressure is released and it goes back to freezing temperatures, like, that's why the snow ice is over. But yeah, I'm ranting a bit, just because I'm so frustrated about it. Like, if I show, I'm gonna take the pictures. And when you show it, it's just like, it's literally just sidewalks covered in ice. An additional wind warning was issued at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time for those same areas. The warnings were dropped by Saturday morning. Though Environment Canada still expected wind gusts up to 78 kilometers per hour at Trudeau International Airport, named after not Justin Trudeau, but his father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau. By 9 a.m. Friday morning, airlines had cancelled 107 flights in and out of Montreal Trudeau International Airport, with more delayed. For anyone planning to fly, check departure times on, blah, blah, blah. The Société de Traversiers du Quebec canceled all ferries. Tadoussac, this is a rural region in Quebec, and those between Quebec City and Lévis. They're sort of like, well, Quebec City is the capital of the province of Quebec. Oh, I guess the other major city, outside of Montreal, and Lévis, until further notice on Friday, but service had returned to normal on Saturday. Nez Rouge, I don't know how popular or how well known, but this is basically a driving service that people can use throughout the holidays, where basically if you're whatever at a bar, at a party, and you're inebriated, instead of like calling a cab, you can call this service and they'll drive you home for free. The volunteer service. Oh yeah, safe ride service. Announced it would not be operating in the Quebec City and Lévis region Friday night to protect its volunteers. Orleans Express canceled all buses on Friday. The company advised travelers to get more information by looking at the bus line's website and social media. And yeah, flash freeze expected from Montreal. And you can sort of see it's even worse than depicted in this picture, but you can see even these sidewalks. But this is not Montreal, Quebec City. But like, yeah, you can see that this sidewalk here, not cleared, and it doesn't appear to be iced over. But this is like the best conditions. It is like 100 times worse. I'm gonna show it at some point. I just need to remember to take pictures. So ensuring that sidewalks are safe and that sewers aren't blocked are Montreal's main priorities. Friday, said city spokesperson Philippe Sabourin. The temperature will change quickly by the end of the day, and if we want to keep the good state of our sidewalks, we need to drain all the water. That we will have to be very efficient to spread enough salt to avoid slippery conditions by tomorrow. About 1,000 Montreal employees were working on the roads, he said, which I would say they pretty much fail all the time in clearing the sidewalks. And they say they make it seems like claiming make it a priority. But I see nothing in my experience that backs that up. We're asking citizens to stay warm, stay at home if you can. Those conditions out there are not easy conditions, and it's difficult for everyone to navigate downtown. Sabourin is reminding the public to call 311 for city-related inquiries, highway closures. The rest is just like, yeah, power outages. So yeah, that's pretty much the situation, and I don't know how this compares to the rest of Canada, but I know like many other provinces and many other states, if not like the vast majority of North America, is under like some sort of extreme weather warning. I think I came across an article. Second. Yes. Moment. Where it's like, yeah, pretty much all of North America. U.S. winter storm, icy blast, hits 250 million Americans and Canadians. And from what I understand, or from what I briefly glanced, like, multiple records are either shattered or on the verge of shattered. Which is pretty crazy. Don't worry, the climate is fine, according to some people out there. So let's see. This is pretty much the same thing. But yeah, fallen trees, as a result of wind, so many people being without power. It's a combination of like, yeah, the extreme wind, and power lines knocked down, and also just like trees like falling on power lines, etc. But the last thing that I want to cover, or one of the fewer things that I cover, Paul, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Happy holidays to you. And if you celebrate, Merry Christmas. I hope you're doing well. So, second to last thing before we get into the main topic about spirituality. So, this brief article came across my news feed a couple of days ago, where it's like U.S. life expectancy is at its lowest in a quarter century, 25 years. But although, to be fair, I think even Canada has shown a slight dip in life expectancy. And I think many countries, as a result of a bunch of factors, a primary one being COVID. But it seems like, the US has been disproportionately affected by this dip in life expectancy. Where, like, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but I think even pre-pandemic, there was a slight trend in decreasing life expectancy, and that, unfortunately but understandably, the pandemic only made that worse. So, COVID-19 and drug overdoses led to a second straight year of worsening life expectancy in the US, lowest in 25 years, according to the latest data from the CDC, Centers for Disease Control. As per the 2021 data, Americans are expected to live 76.4 years, down from a peak of 78.8 years in 2019. So it's like, it seems like the US has never cracked 80 years of age in life expectancy. Whereas I think in Canada, it's been above 80, at least 80, I think for a while. It also shows the US continues to rank lowest among countries with large economies. Heart disease remains the leading cause of death, followed by cancer, COVID. The data is outlined in 2 reports released by the CDC on Thursday. One in 2021 mortality in the US, and the second on drug deaths in the US from 2001 to 2021. The finalized numbers confirm preliminary ones released by the CDC in August, in which the health agency predicted the worst 2-year decline of life expectancy on record in the US since 1923, which I believe this is like the Great Depression era. Great Depression was like, what, 1922-ish? I want to get my history and dates correctly. Oh, I'm off. 1929, 1939. So, like, yeah, that 1922, 1923 was slightly before the Great Depression. The declines in life expectancy since 2019 are largely driven by the pandemic, the agency said in an August news release. COVID-19 deaths contributed to nearly 3/4, or 74% of the decline from 2019 to 2020, and 50% of the decline from 2020 to 2021. Drug overdose deaths are also a factor. They now account for more than a third of all accidental deaths in the US, the data shows. Overall, overdose deaths have risen by 16% from 2020. This includes deaths involving fentanyl, which increased by 22% in 2021. Life expectancy in the US remains lower than the UK, where the average is 80.8 years. It is also lower than neighboring Canada, where life expectancy as of 2020 is 81.75 years. Of both countries, the US spends the highest amount of money on healthcare. Per capita, the US pays $12,300, while the UK spends $5,300, which is basically on par with what Canada pays. So it's like, yeah. As I've mentioned this before, I think I mentioned this on the last Prime panel that I was on this past Monday, of like, basically, when it comes to healthcare and what the United States pays in healthcare, they pretty much get like the lowest bang for their buck in comparison to other developed countries. Which is, interesting, to say the least, and something to learn from, hopefully at some point. So I'm curious to see how this plays out over the next few years. Well, not only just in the US, but also in Canada as well. Because, Canada does often follow in the footsteps in the US when it comes to many trends. So I'm curious how Canada will echo or not this trend. Hope it doesn't. So, the last thing that I want to cover before moving on to the main topic, spirituality, is, science in Canada. Before covering some science and research, I want to cover the state of science and research in Canada. That is, pertinent to me as a current graduate student, as a current PhD student. So, as I've said before, or I'm pretty sure I've said many times before, where it's like science, not only in Canada, but just, I would say, internationally, or even just in every developed country, largely underfunded, especially at the grad student level. You know, when I think when the general public thinks of science and scientists, you know, they often think, understandably, you know, I don't blame anybody for thinking this, where, you know, they think, you know, science is, you know, university professors, faculty members, you know, they're doing science, they're the ones in the lab doing the research. No, like pretty much like 99 or whatever, 95, 95, 99% of, you know, the science that's published, that's, you know, shown to the general public, that is carried out by graduate student researchers, by master's students, by PhD students, postdocs, yes, for sure. They're, you know, whatever, grad students 2.0. The same thing applies to postdocs. Largely, you know, underpaid. If not, you know, some respects, more underpaid than graduate students. Since, you know, basically a postdoc is just a graduated grad student, but they just don't have a faculty position. And so, like, you know, on paper, they're supposed to have all the knowledge and training and expertise to carry out high-quality research. And yet they are not really paid the salary of, like, a full tenured professor. But yeah, so Canada's grants for master's, PhD students haven't increased since 2003, basically in about 2 decades. These researchers want that changed. And so, you know, definitely has not, at the very least, has not kept up with the pace of inflation. So annual stipends of $17,500, $21,000 are definitely below the poverty line, says grad student. Students doing graduate level research, but say Canada risks losing its future scientists to other countries because the dollar amounts of annual grants have remained stagnant for nearly 20 years. And also, bear in mind that for many cases, if not majority of cases, this does not take into account tuition. As in, like, my case, and in many other graduate student cases, like, whatever it is that they pay you, okay, you still have to pay tuition. Tuition is not necessarily waived. And so, like, generally speaking, as a minimum, you're paying, like, you know, $3,000 to $4,000, if not more, in tuition. So, like, yeah, if you get a scholarship, let's say, as, you know, a PhD student, get this $21,000 scholarship, well, at the very least, 3,000 of that, and in many cases more, you know, up to 6,000, 7,000 per year has to go to tuition. So the expectation is basically you're able to live, or, you know, subsist, pay your bills, you know, get food, groceries, nourish yourself on, like, you know, $14,000, $15,000 Canadian per year, which I would say, at least today, if not for the past, like, whatever, 15, 20 years, not really possible. So, a Canada Graduate Scholarship, and these are, like, pretty much the close to the top scholarships that you can get as a Canadian grad student. Like, these are highly competitive. A Canada Graduate Scholarship from one of the 3 federal research funding agencies, $17,500 per year for a master's student, or $21,000 per year for a doctoral student. Those amounts have not changed since 2003. In return for that funding, the recipients are expected to work full-time on the research, and in some cases are explicitly banned from spending more than 10 hours per week on any other paid employment. Revolving Simp, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you, as always. Yeah, and this is another thing to highlight. Where it's like, you know, some of the pushback that gets put forth by people arguing against paying graduate students more. It's like, oh, they can just, like, take other jobs, or they take on other employment in addition to their their full-time work as a grad student, they can just take on, another part-time job. As they do their, 40, 50, 60 hours per week in the lab, they can do an extra like 20, 30 on the side. But no, very often, part of the requirements of becoming a grad student for many universities is like you are explicitly banned from having any other employment, or like they cap it. Oh, great! I'm glad to hear that. The best time off is the surprise time off. I hope you're able to enjoy it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, and Ancom, SciCom, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. I hope you're doing well. I'm more and more glad every time I hear about the working conditions of grad students and similar faculty that I never got into academia. Yeah, believe me, I don't blame anybody for either, going into academia and then leaving, or just using, taking preventative measures and never going into academia. I've been in academia for a long time. And, before I started graduate studies, it's not like I was under the impression that, being in academia is going to be all sunshine and rainbows. Me going with academia, like I just went with it kind of as a, the lesser of two evils. I was just less inclined to work for a company than I was to pursue academia. But as I spent more and more time in it, I've just become increasingly disillusioned with academia. So, definitely below the poverty line in any capacity, said Sarah Laframboise, a PhD student in biochemistry at the University of Ottawa. Basically, exact same type of student as me, just different university. And, the reality is, okay, graduate students, they are doing very, they're carrying out work that requires expertise. It's highly specialized. And it's very few people, to give you an example, that's personal to me, where it's the work that I do, I have a PI, I have a boss, I answer to a faculty member, a full tenured faculty member. They have their PhD, they have a postdoc in biochemistry, they have years and years of experience in, biochemistry research. But their training and experience is decades old. What they learned, the techniques and tools that they were using, that they learned, 10, 20 years ago as they were training, they're basically useless now. Not useless, but what they were doing 20 years ago is just outdated techniques, outdated methodology. And what I'm doing now, okay, the type of research that I carry out, or the vast majority of it, my boss, okay, the faculty member that I answer to, they cannot recreate what I do because they don't have the technical expertise or know-how. They definitely still provide me, guidance and feedback. That's still important. But when it comes to the work in the lab, they can't just walk in and be a replacement for me. They would have to go through all the same learning to cultivate the expertise that I've currently cultivated, to be able to recreate what I currently do, because I'm doing newer stuff that's applicable, today, for maybe the next, 5, 10, 15 years. And so, I have technical, specialized expertise, but I am definitely not compensated. Or my compensation doesn't reflect that, are the more appropriate way to say it. The biggest bullshit about academia is that the costs have skyrocketed, and they could easily pay, but most schools in America are actually just real estate companies that do educate. Absolutely. As I just mentioned, a lot of I definitely know that what you're saying is highly applicable in the U.S. And like more and more Canadian universities pretty much like moving. They're basically, as of right now, I just view universities as just another corporation. They are run like corporations. They are clearly like for-profit institutions. Where was it? Right here. So, La Framboise is one of the organizers of a campaign called Support Our Science, calling on the Trudeau government to boost graduate student funding from the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, and the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council. The three federal agencies fund the research of thousands of grad students every year at universities across Canada. These students really deserve a living wage, said La Framboise. They're struggling to pay rent, tuition, all of these costs. Grants haven't grown with inflation. Support Our Science has held a rally in Parliament Hill, presented a petition to the House of Commons, and prepared a submission for the federal government's budget consultations. The Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, François Philippe Champagne, said he is aware of the call for more funding for graduate researchers. I'm very much seized about that, and this is going to be part of our discussions with the Minister of Finance. Champagne told CBC News earlier in December, adding that students should stay tuned for the 2023 budget. It's clear that if we want to own the podium, we need to do more to support the researchers, the students, and the scientists, said Champagne. He said the Trudeau government has invested in science and research, but La Framboise argues that those investments have not resulted in better annual funding to graduate students. Her group wants the government to increase both the value and number of scholarships and fellowships that the three agencies give to graduate student researchers. And it's like, articles like these about, the state of graduate student funding, this goes back, years and years. Like, there have been multiple calls for increased graduate student funding for years and years. Just as there have been calls for increased funding and support for nurses and increased salaries and compensation for nurses going back decades and decades. But it's only like now, today, that's like, oh, we really need to do something because we've lost, whatever, half or 3/4 of our healthcare workers, or like our healthcare infrastructure is in crisis because we don't have the staffing. It's like, oh, now we have to pay attention. But if they paid attention, 30, 40 years ago, when people were being vocal about this, we wouldn't have gotten to this place. The same thing holds true. Like, it seems like something similar has to play out, where it's like, oh, we don't really have any more graduate students. Canada has fallen off the map when it comes to scientific research. Oh, so now we need to support our graduate students. When, like, again, the calls for increased support for graduate students, like, hasn't started today as a result of this article. This goes back years and years. But as usual, it often gets ignored until crisis happens. The last 40 years has been the greatest inflation since the USA was founded. That's my understanding as well, or at least like unprecedented. In 1980, Big Mac was 50 cents, and you earned $3 an hour. Thus, 6 Big Macs per hour. Now a Big Mac is $5. Yeah, exactly. And even, okay, so I've been a student for, I guess at this point, the vast majority of my life. And I'm still technically a student. And so I remember, okay, I'm sure most people or most places are familiar with the fact that, if you have public transit in your area, there's very often like a student discount. And so like, I take public transit. I consciously make the choice to not to drive. And so I take public transit. And since I'm a student, I get the student discount for my monthly public transit pass. I remember when I was like in high school, well, this is like over 10 years ago, the cost of my monthly transit pass for a student was like $20. Today, like whatever, 15, 20 years later, it's like $50. Like, it's literally more than double in price. just sort of, but, you know, as highlighted in this article, basically, you know, my student discount is just worth less and less, because, like, the funding for graduate students, not that I've been a graduate student for 20 years, but I'm just saying, like, I've been a student, and, you know, support for, I think this article, you know, can be extended to support for students hasn't really changed in the past 20 years, but all of the costs that students incur have just gone up and up. Yeah, her group wants the government to increase both the value. Yeah, read that. They often spend 40 to 60 hours a week in the lab doing the research. Yes, this is absolutely true. I would say 40 is like the bare minimum. Most graduate students that I know, like it's more or less on the order of like 60 to like 70 to 80 hours a week in the lab. And you know, however you calculate it, they are basically being paid less than minimum wage. Academia wasn't always that. I live in NYC, and some of the biggest landowners in the city. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. And it's just like, you know, academia has just become more and more kind of perverted over the years. Oh, and Glazy, welcome. And yes, absolutely, COVID is real. I'm not gonna have a lot of tolerance if there's explicit COVID denial. I assume in jest. And again, you know, this 40 to 60, I would say it's more 40 to 80. As highlighted earlier in the article, even if a student who's struggling to make ends meet, like wants to take on another job to make ends meet, they, you know, something's got to give, or at least, you know, unless you're running on, you know, caffeine and cocaine, there's only so many hours in the day that you can work, where, you know, at some point you do have to sleep. So if, you know, if you're putting in 60 hours and then you need like an extra 20, 30 hours to make ends meet, like you're just like stretched so thin. Oh, and Zeron, welcome. Sorry if I missed you, and yeah, happy holidays and happy Christmas and Merry Holidays to you as well. I hope you're, so I'm glad, that you, power has been restored to you. And I hope, like, basically where you are, everything's, back to normal, or at least mostly back to normal. So it's like, if you do the calculation, like graduate students, like no matter what, are paid way less than minimum wage. Like basically, over time, being a graduate student, like any time spent, every day spent during graduate studies, it's like a net loss in income, because any minimum wage job pays more. Yeah, Maddie Holmes, welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. Always a pleasure to you. And yeah, it really is. You know, this is, you know, exploitation occurs everywhere, right? I'm not going to deny that, and I'm definitely not going to say that, you know, graduate students are the most exploited. Definitely, there are way more people who are way more heavily exploited than graduate students. And yes, to a large extent, being a graduate student is a privilege afforded to too few. I'm just trying to highlight the fact that, you know, that I'm covering it just because, like, you know, this reflects the state of science, and I think a less publicized state of science, or less known to the general public about how science operates. And yeah, and that is, you know, I have definitely, like, pushed back on faculty members, where it's like, you know, why are you basically, like, perpetuating this system? And, you know, the argument that's always put forth is, well, you're a student, you know, you're in the category of student, you should just be grateful that you're paid anything. You know, you should be grateful that, you know, you're not homeless or whatnot. And it's this arbitrary classification of student, that they force you into that box, that, you know, that's their justification for for literally paying you less than minimum wage. When the reality is, like, at least to me, like, the distinction between student and an employee, pretty silly and arbitrary. You know, student, intern, employee, really ridiculous. And there's a reason why, okay, at least in Canada, or at least in Quebec, like, they abolished unpaid internships. And I would say, yes, absolutely, that is the guiding principle. All labor is labor. Where it's like, you know, if I'm a student, okay, it's so a little bit strange, where it's like, I'm the student, I answer to my PI, my supervisor, my boss, you know, the full tenured faculty member, but they can't do my job, or they can't do what I do. It would not be easy for them to find a replacement for me, but I'm treated as a student. When I think I'm more an employee. Like, do employees, like, stop learning as soon as they get a job? I think most companies hope that, you know, their employees are consistently learning something, or are consistently cultivating a skill set. So it's like, I don't know, this distinction between, like, student and employee is, like, really ridiculous. Let me just catch up. I'm sure I missed a few things. I definitely know what's going on in China. I've been a little bit hesitant to cover it, just because, you know, I don't want to necessarily, I want to do it justice. And I also don't necessarily want to demon, but I probably should cover it. But I paid attention to it personally. I've not covered on stream, but I know things are kind of like going off the rails of China. Let's see, for someone else having it worse, yeah. But you know, I just want to, you know, try to put things in context. But you are correct. You know, abuse is abuse, and as Zeron pointed out, labor is labor. I did $300 entirely unpaid labor. Yeah, which that's ridiculous. That should not happen. Like, that should be compensated. But no, you know, the pushback, or, you know, the argument is like, oh, you're learning. You're just a student. You should just be grateful that you're allowed to learn anything. Yeah, exactly. And that's really, as you highlighted, Maddie Holmes, like, that's the incentive. Like, what faculty member, like, doesn't want not to use charged language, but, you know, essentially, like, exploited labor, right? Like, if they can get away with keeping you around for years and years while basically paying you nothing, like, that's, you know, that's free research labor. That they're able to, like, put their name on, right? They get credit when I publish, when I publish. Oh, and yes, fair enough. And I would not be against, again, paying all forms of labor, even whatever the arbitrary forms that you're sort of alluding to here. And so many of those fields are studying the plight of the underprivileged and abused while slagging their own right under their own noses. Yeah, totally. As I read, the level of misinfo from the government is roughly equal to USA. Yeah, so it's really hard to, you know, accurately assess, obviously, everything that's coming out of China, right? What's real, what's fact, what's fiction. You know, you obviously can't put a lot of faith in what the government of China is, like, publishing, or the data that they're putting out there, or what they're communicating, etc., etc. Let's see. So yeah, inflation has eroded the value of the grants. If the $17,500 amount for a master's student researcher had risen with inflation since 2003, it would today be worth $26,000, according to the Bank of Canada's inflation calculator. So, like, yeah, basically about $9,000 more. Jessica Reed, and, you know, and the PhD one, I guess, would be roughly like $30,000, $31,000. Like, if I was making, $31,000 for being basically, if I was compensated as a PhD student, at taking into account inflation, I would be in a much better position. Much more, or rather, like I probably would not have taken the part-time job that I currently have, because, like, I would be able to, or be in a much better position to sustain myself. Abstain is not a word. Sustain myself on that income of roughly like 30,000. It wouldn't be great, or like maybe I can just work less at the part-time job. Like 30,000 Canadian as a PhD student. Like I can manage that. Again, one of the reasons why I have the part-time job that I do is because, like, it pays me way better than what the university does. And I would say it actually uses my expertise. And also, there's the chance of, like, salary increases and, like, some upwards mobility. Like, once you're a grad student, if you, like, pretty much, like, once you're a grad student and you, however long you stay as a grad student, there's no promotion for a grad student. The promotion is you graduate. Where it's like, if you spend, what, typical 4 to 6 years as a PhD student, your salary stays the same. As opposed to, like, in any other sort of, not any other, but most other typical employment situations, if someone at a company, if they stayed there for like 4 or 5 years and they were performing, at least up to expectations, but there was no raise, this person would probably be looking elsewhere, or, they'd be like asking themselves some questions. A feeling of generalized anxiety. Jessica Reed, a master's student in fish ecology at Carleton University in Ottawa, says she has had to seek extra funding beyond her NSERC award to support her research and cover her costs. I'm one of the fortunate ones, Reed said in an interview. There's just this feeling of generalized anxiety. Sometimes you are trying to make ends meet, or you're trying to decide between groceries and other things. When she learned that the NSERC grant to a master's student had not changed for nearly 20 years, Reed said she found it shocking. It's quite frustrating here that my research and my contributions aren't valued. You just can't help but feel a bit slighted, which I get. I definitely completely empathize with that. It definitely is a little bit annoying, where, like, you feel, maybe this is just like arrogance or ego, right? But I feel like I'm doing, well, every work is important, every job is important. But I'm let's say funded by the public. I'm attempting to at least do research for the public good. But then, like, the way that I'm compensated, like, it doesn't really I don't feel valued, right? And I think everyone in every job wants to feel valued. And then when we don't feel valued, the passion for your work, it's hard to keep your passion for your work when you don't feel valued. Yeah, both Reed and Laframboise believe their research is important. Laframboise's biochemistry work focuses on cancer using yeast. Yeast and humans share about 30% of the same genes. Then, I study a gene that in humans causes cancer, but in yeast we can study this in a much more robust, easy, deeper way. Reed is researching the impact of urban development on the fish of the Jock River, which flows into the Rideau River in Ottawa. She says the stagnant funding is a factor in Canadian students deciding to leave the country for graduate degrees. Feeling like you can't thrive or you just don't have the resources to stay in this field is definitely going to dampen Canada's research ability in the coming years. And yeah, if something doesn't change soon, like, I don't think, basically, Canada's ability or Canada's research infrastructure, is basically in the form of graduate students, like, is probably going to crumble, or, like, pretty much just, like, degrade over time. And I'm definitely going to be tracking this. Well, definitely there's a personal interest in it of why I'll be tracking it, because, like, yes, I'm a grad student, and this directly applies to me. But also, just like, I have a vested interest in the state of science in Canada. Zero COVID did save lives, but now that they are opening up, they don't have any natural. Yeah, that appears to be an issue for sure. A revolving sim. A lot of the student, but I do believe the zero COVID. Yeah, there. A lot of the student labor serves a similar function to prison labor, aka substitute for actual funding. Yes, I think that's a pretty apt analogy. If you had to either drink only organic orange juice or diet soda for a year, which do you choose and why? I would probably pick orange juice, because at least there is some, not a lot, especially like, if you're buying Tropicana, heavily processed orange juice, but at least there is a little bit of nutritional value. But yeah, you mentioned organic. Like if it's, freshly squeezed orange juice, I would definitely go with orange juice over diet soda. But that's me personally, and I don't have, issues consuming carbs or sugar. That's where it's a little bit different. So that's where it's like, if you're asking for me personally, since I'm so highly active, like I'm not concerned with carbohydrate intake, and also like I don't have, well, at least as far as I know, don't have any issues regulating my blood sugar. And so like eating carbs, virtually never an issue so far. But like, yeah, if there are issues regulating blood sugar, like totally, then there might be some issues with orange juice. Totally orange juice. When it comes to 1-to-1 sugar comparison, like it's roughly the same, or like not that far off. Or it's like, yeah, sugar content of your typical orange juice, not that far off from a regular soda. But you mentioned diet, so that's probably artificially sweetened. So there's probably like no sugar there. Can I disagree that every job is important? There are lots of bullshit jobs out there that contribute nothing of real value to the world. That's not to say that people who do these jobs should be paid. Quite the contrary, it means that there are more humans working 8 hours. So yeah, I know that I mentioned in one of my rants that like, yeah, every job is important, and I generally operate under that principle. But I do take your point, and I would even apply this. This is one of the reasons why universities appear to be getting more and more money pouring into them, more government funding, more public funding, and yet, graduate student funding, or the salaries of even tenured faculty members like don't go up, because like it seems like what the university does is like they create kind of like these BS positions where it's just like bloated administrative positions. Kind of like quote unquote useless jobs, or it's like we'll just create a position, hire someone to do this random, have this random title, and that's an excuse to pay them a salary. Where it's like, yeah, I understand that sentiment, but I think and I hope that that's a minority of jobs and not the majority. Every labor, yep. The true inside sort of shockingly less unhealthy than right. So yeah, less unhealthy, you mean more. So I'm just trying to make sure I have it clear in my brain. Of like, yeah, diet soda more healthy than regular soda. It's really tricky to say. I don't like. If you're not really concerned with carbohydrate intake, which I would say, unless you have specific issues regulating your blood sugar, most people don't really need to be with the sugar content in soda. But there is some like research, kind of like I should maybe cover it on a future stream. But there is some research showing that these some artificial sweeteners used to sweeten these diet sodas may not be like the most healthiest, but this research is still like is in its infancy, and there's no strong conclusions yet as far as I can tell. Universities are becoming scientific lobbyists. I don't necessarily disagree with that either. That is a fair point too, right? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, if in fact, okay, that there are some BS jobs out there, do I blame anybody for taking on or applying to any of these, BS jobs? No, I don't. Because, as you mentioned, Paul, the rent has to be paid. Downsides the education, upsides the real estate and lobbying aspects. Socially necessary to the one doing it. Because, yeah, absolutely. And I'm definitely all in favor of UBI. Absolutely, I think I've said that multiple times. Increasing wages is significantly more effective than most. So I don't think these are mutually exclusive, right? Or I think you could have both UBI and increasing wages. So the last thing that I want to cover, related to what I just covered, before getting into the spirituality research, is can I bring back that? Yeah. So, as I just mentioned, graduate students, overworked, heavily underpaid. Okay, and so how does, let's say, science try to address the overworking of grad students? It's about managing your time. When you're doing like 40, 60, 80 hours in the lab, and maybe you have like some part-time gig, make ends meet. Well, just and you're struggling to get your research done. Well, then maybe you need to manage your time better. Maybe you need to track your goals, etc., etc. This is one of the things that I strongly dislike about these articles about how do you prevent burnout. Where it's like, well, maybe you prevent burnout by not like pushing people towards burnout. I think that's the best prevention of burnout. So, tracking goals on various timescales can help scientists to make the most of their days, says Maya. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that. It took less than 2 years in graduate school for me to burn out. I was spending long hours in the laboratory, yet I worried that I wasn't making satisfactory progress. Overwork-induced exhaustion made me sloppy and impaired my productivity, creating a vicious cycle. My experience is far from unique. 2022 Nature survey found that 70% of graduate students work more than 40 hours per week. It was just echoed this article here, Canadian article. One's basically, well, this is from Nature Journal, an editorial, or like opinion piece from Nature Journal, which is an American journal conglomerate. Yeah, as highlighted. Oh, thank you so much for the bits, Xeron. Super appreciated. What is common between the numbers 28 and 6? They're both even numbers. That's the best answer I can come up with in a short amount of time. They're both, yeah, perfect numbers. I know there's a definition of perfect, but it escapes my brain for some reason. But yeah, just like this article mentioned, where was it? Yeah, 40 to 60 hours per week. And this person saying the same thing from the survey. So this is like kind of like trying to get a real world snapshot how graduate students spend their time. Right. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I know the term perfect. It's just like this goes back to like I'm sure I learned it in high school. Like what a perfect, like what are real numbers? What are integers? Like I know it's somewhere in my brain. I have the definition of a perfect number. I just couldn't remember it offhand. Yeah. Like definitely, I would say virtually every developed country has the ability to implement some form of UBI. So yeah, as highlighted here, the majority of students, when you survey them, graduate students in research, when you survey them, the majority spend more than 40 hours per week. And that 68% have difficulty maintaining a good work-life balance. Well, Yeah, not surprising. Given the fact that, you know, it's so kind of like, this is just a testament to how kind of like perverse, you know, research and science has become. Where it's like, you know, how science is like marketed, okay? At least, you know, in the ivory towers, right? You know, science is, you know, on paper, it's the search for truth. You know, trying to understand the world, you know, data collection, etc., etc. I'm like, you know, presumably we as scientists, you know, driven by curiosity, we all want the same thing. You know, the end goal is, you know, assuming you're driven by curiosity, like, you know, to understand the world, you know, what is, or trying to, you know, kind of like, get to the truth of something, answer some questions, that you have, driven by curiosity. And so it's like, you know, it's marketed as like this collaborative effort, you know, scientists working together towards the end goal of whatever it is, curing cancer, understanding some disease or condition, or just understanding the world. But like, you know, boots on the ground science, the reality is it's highly competitive. Where it's like, you know, basically it's like the first to publish. It's like, if you want to answer the question, well, it's a race to whoever answers that question first. And then you get the credit and the notoriety, etc., etc. And so it's this ultra competitive environment, and thus, you know, as I guess most people know, and understandably, the reality is, like, in an ultra competitive environment, you know, there's just like this high pressure, you know, succeed, or to, you know, be productive, you know, to finish the race towards answering whatever question that you want to answer. And so, you know, if you're under this immense amount of pressure, you know, it's not a surprise that the majority of graduate students, they, you know, there's that sort of built-in incentive or pressure, pretty much like devote your life to the lab or to conduct your research, which results in, you know, difficulty. It pretty much like tracks perfectly. You know, the majority of grad students work more than 40 hours. Majority have difficulty maintaining a good work-life balance. And according to Nature's 2021 Salary and a Job Survey, nearly half of scientists across all career stages report signs of burnout and overwork. Time management strategies can help to rein in work hours, but can also promote a culture of unhealthy hyper-productivity or act as a band-aid to cover up toxic research environments. Time management shouldn't be about maximizing the amount of work you can cram into your day. Instead, it should help you to prioritize your professional goals without sacrificing personal well-being. This all sounds good on paper, but you can only implement it if you actually have, like, you know, your boss or your PI or supervisor that actually allows you to manage your time. And this, I would say this is pretty apt for the holiday season, because, you know, for at least for, I'm hoping most people who have typical employment of the company, like this is time off that, you know, you legally have. But for many grad students, you know, they often receive the messaging. It's like, oh, the holidays and classes are over. Well, now's the time that you can focus all of your time on research and being in the lab, where there's a little bit of a hidden expectation that you're just going to work throughout the holidays, because, oh, you don't have any teaching responsibilities, you don't have to do any grading, you don't have to hold office hours. So now is the time during the holidays you can be really productive, and, you know, do a lot of work for me, the supervisor. And so, like, these time management, you know, recommendations, I would say, only go so far. Nice on paper, but given the culture, and given how some faculty members run their lab, basically impossible to implement. In my case, that meant rethinking how I structured my days, weeks, and months. Inspired by computer scientist Cal Newport, author of the 2016 book Deep Work, I've cut back my hours in the lab substantially, which has improved my mental and physical health, yet I have seen no noticeable decline in productivity. To use my time more efficiently and prioritize my most important tasks, I track my goals on 3 time scales. Level 1, big picture. Big picture planning encompasses long-term goals. For graduate students, this might include your ideal time to graduation, learning specific skills or career exploration. For a research professor, it might be completing projects, applying for funding, or improving teaching and mentoring skills. One of my favorite tools for big picture planning is the Gantt chart, a type of horizontal bar chart that plots project timelines. Microsoft Excel and Google Sheets have templates for creating these. I created a Gantt chart shortly after joining my PhD lab and updated a few times per year. It includes timelines for key experiments, major conferences, milestones for my doctoral program, and career exploration. To avoid distraction from day-to-day tasks, keep your Gantt chart somewhere prominent, such as on a bulletin board near your desk. I have really mixed feelings about tools like these. Whereas, like, again, on paper, nice, but I think, I don't know, if you have to, like, implement Excel spreadsheets, or, like, some sort of, like, specialized application to, like, manage your time, I would say that speaks to something larger about, whatever, work culture. So level 2, the academic term. At the end of each academic term, write out a plan for the next quarter or semester that considers 3 elements. Reflect. What goals did you set in the previous quarter? Did you accomplish them? Why or why not? Forecast. What events, commitments, and deadlines are coming up this term? Prioritize. What goals will you set for this quarter? Which ones will you prioritize? Your targets for the next few months should arise from and contribute to your big picture goals. These might include completing particular experiments, writing a paper or grant application, or preparing to teach a course. Laying out your research goals alongside other upcoming commitments, teaching assistant appointments, committee obligations, and so on, helps you to set reasonable expectations. One tool that can be helpful at this level is the Kanban board. Never heard of this. Which features columns with different labels for you to categorize and track tasks or projects. You might assign tasks based on status, such as progress to do ASAP, due next month, not started, or priority high, medium, and low. Several online tools provide Kanban boards, including Trello and Notion. Alternatively, you can make an old school board using sticky notes. Mixed feelings about these. Like I understand, for many, these tools are essential for the functioning due to potentially, us. Maybe, like, I know, definitely for some people with ADHD, like, they need something that allows them to implement a structure. Just allows them basically, organize their days, and to, like, they have, understandable challenges and struggles, managing their time, staying on task, focusing. But I would say, basically, if you don't have a particular condition that, makes it a challenge to manage your time, or to, stay focused, I have mixed feelings about these types of. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's where it's like it gets really tricky, right? Where it's like, it's almost like you need to, like, set aside time to, like, use these tools to manage your time. It's like, okay, I gotta sit down and organize my timeline, set goals, expectations. Like, that seems like a task in and of itself. And that's, you need a task manager to, implement your other task manager. Level 3, daily or weekly. For finest grained planning, you can use a daily planner, but I prefer to work on a weekly timescale because my research often involves experiments that run over several days. In either case, you can assign specific slots for each task, known as time blocking, or use to-do lists. And this is basically like, this is what I use to sort of manage my tasks and time. A to-do list. So far in my life, I have never used an agenda. Every time that I've been handed an agenda, a free one, from elementary school to today university, I just, like, never did. Or, like, at least at university, I, like, refuse the agenda. It's like, this is a waste on me. And I organize my time so far largely, like, in my brain. Appointments, tasks, deadline. It's just my internal agenda. And so far, in addition to a to-do list, I do use Microsoft To Do. But outside of that, I don't have a particular application or tool that I use to manage my time. And I think I'm pretty good at managing deadlines and managing my time, and accomplishing the goals that I want to accomplish that are important to me, for me personally. Time blocking is ideal for planning experiments around other commitments and for organizing protocols across multiple days. It works best for tasks that require at least 30 minutes to complete. All you need is an electronic or paper planner. Keep in mind that your plan should be flexible. An experiment takes longer than expected, or if journal editors request manuscript revisions on a tight timescale, you'll need to accommodate these changes. To-do lists save you from having to schedule every minor task and can help remind you of small but important jobs. However, they're less than ideal for longer tasks that take several hours or stretch across several days. Without blocking out specific times, it can be difficult to predict whether your immediate to-do list is reasonable. And time to work. Here's how I use these 3 elements in practice. First, decide how many hours you're comfortable working in a week. This is highly personal. I don't know how personal that is, especially as a grad student. Don't let your answer be swayed by your perceptions of other people. Well, maybe not perceptions, but it might be swayed by the opinion or the criticism of your supervisor or whichever faculty member that you answer to. Block out any fixed appointments, such as classes or meetings. Second, create slots for the most urgent and important tasks. Try to schedule recurring tasks, such as reading papers, preparing lecture materials, or building next week's plan at the same time each week. Finally, fill any remaining time with lower priority tasks, including responding to emails, ordering supplies, and so on. I don't know. Even just reading this sounds really, really laborious and exhausting. If you cannot fit everything you want to accomplish into your allotted hours, your options are to delay the remaining tasks or remove them entirely. Delaying a few tasks is fine, but do so sparingly, or you might find your task list ballooning. If a task does not contribute to the goals you outlined in your big picture and academic term plans, candidate for removal. Research tasks. It's helpful to envision the story you plan to tell in your future paper. Does this experiment contribute to that story or fall outside its scope? Simple as it seems, this strategy has completely changed how I spend my time. I found it easier to decline new commitments when I could clearly see that they would not fit into my schedule or contribute to my goals. I've become a better mentor for my undergraduate researchers and carved out space for my hobbies, health, and social life. At the same time, my research is more streamlined. I don't begin a new experiment until I convince myself that it's both necessary and has the best experimental design to test my hypothesis. Looking back, many of the experiments that once kept me in the lab late into the night will never end up in publication. They're often weakly designed or unnecessary. When we value our time, we spend it more wisely. So I definitely don't disagree with this last statement here, for sure. Real question is, does the institution in which grad students work in allow them to value their time? Or going back to the beginning, does it even allow them to have a good work-life balance, given the culture, given kind of unspoken expectations? But yeah. Even though they sort of touch upon it here, where it's it shouldn't be about maximizing the amount of work you cram into your day, and shouldn't be a band-aid to cover up toxic research environments. But I would say, that is the reality. I would say the majority of the research environments are toxic research environments. And I would say, this is the band-aid solution to toxic research environments. I'm not against time management. It's just just speaks to fundamental underlying issue. So that wraps up the news that I want to cover. I'll get into the science that I want to cover. The main topic of the stream. Moment. covering spirituality. Moment. So, I think this is pretty appropriate for this time of year. For many people, this is, let's say, a spiritual time of year, or at the very least, a religious time of year. And as I said earlier in the stream, I'm definitely not a religious person. I've virtually never considered myself a religious person, but I do consider myself a spiritual person, whatever that means. Do I have any sort of like good, working, sensible definition of spirituality? No, not really. Although there's definitely, let's say, a little bit of a loose definition in the research, which I'm going to go over. I think that's a decent starting point. But it seems like, this research on religion goes back quite a bit. But I think science is slowly waking up to the fact that, spirituality is a separate concept from religion. Let's just say, if I were to choose a god, you would absolutely be on that list, Wick. I can totally envision you as a benevolent, or mostly benevolent god. I would say you're less benevolent in your position on eminent domain. That's where I would say you fall short as a divine being. And so, yeah, it seems like it's only in the past, let's say, couple of decades that there's been research focus on spirituality. And I think here is where I would make the argument that, I'm not religious, and I'm kind of like a little bit against religion. But that doesn't mean that, you can't get all the benefits of religion through spirituality. And you don't have to, rely on scripture, rely on books, beliefs, decrees by an institution, or any particular, religious practice, per se. Or let's say, going to church or going to whatever religious institution. Which is not to say that community isn't important. It is. But I would say, just as often the argument gets put forth that, with religion you get community, but I would say you can, our society's bad at doing it, but we can get community without religion. And I think being spiritual, and, incorporating some spiritual practices in your life, can bring you, I would say, all of the same benefits that you see in the research about religion, and you don't need to basically have all of those religious aspects. And this article, which I think is about 2 decades old, 2003-ish, speaks about that. So, spirituality, religion, and health. I'm not going to read this entire thing. I'm using this just to show kind of the early sentiments about spirituality, and to give you a little bit of a definition of spirituality, religion, and religiousness. So, just going to read, this short abstract. The investigation of spiritual religious factors in health is clearly warranted and clinically relevant. This special section explores the persistent predictive relationship between religious variables and health, and its implications for future research and practice. The section reviews epidemiological evidence linking religiousness to morbidity and mortality, possible biological pathways linking spirituality, religiousness to health, and advances in the assessment of spiritual religious variables in research and practice. This introduction provides an overview of this field of research and addresses 3 related methodological issues: definitions of terms, approaches to statistical control, and criteria used to judge the level of supporting evidence for specific hypotheses. The study of spirituality and health is a true frontier for psychology and one with a high public interest. Yeah, so basically, this is roughly, I would say, maybe a little bit of a starting point in terms of like the focus on spirituality, at least as far as I can tell. Maybe there's research going back decades about spirituality, but at least based off what I can find, uh, most of the good high quality research about spirituality seems to have only taken place in the last 10, 20 years, and seems to mostly have come from like one specific researcher, or group of researchers that I'm gonna show. So, what is spirituality? Or like what is the ballpark? Or how can we conceptualize spirituality? The term spirituality has had a long and diverse career. William James regarded religion as the feelings, acts, experiences of individual men in their solitude, in relation to whatever they may consider the divine. Thus, in essence, he equated religion with spirituality and ignored institutional religion. In the Simpson and Wiener, in the Oxford English Dictionary, offer a substantial 10 pages of reference material on the concept of spirituality. Two related themes seem to dominate. First is the notion of being concerned with life's most animating and vital principle or quality, often described as giving life or energy material human elements of the person. William James and others throughout the 20th century related the spiritual to a person's character, personality, or disposition, often with an emphasis on the person's social and emotional style, and manner of living, for example, chronic anger or inner peace. Clearly, human experience is central in understanding spirituality. Second, spirituality includes a broad focus on the immaterial features of life, regarded as not commonly perceptible by the physical senses, for example, sight and hearing, that are used to understand the material world. Major religions have similarly used spiritual terminology to refer to that which is experienced and considered to be transcendent, sacred, holy, or divine. So I think that this term here, transcendent, closely matches to how I conceptualize spirituality. And I'll even sort of back that up a little bit later with other research, showing how, you know, this concept of transcendent or self-transcendence, when it comes to, you know, values, like the values graph, it seems like this concept of self-transcendence, if you, let's say, incorporate behaviors and practices and beliefs and values that are more on the self-transcendence, let's say, scale, or spectrum, it seems to promote, you know, greater well-being, or lower levels of, you know, depression, and anxiety. So in popular usage, that which is spiritual is defined in diverse ways, usually in distinction from material reality, as experienced by the physical senses. That which is spiritual is generally understood to transcend ordinary physical limits of time and space, matter and energy. Yet some features of spirituality are quite observable. Spiritual practices, the spiritually motivated behavior of caring for others. And I would say this is, I think, one of the key aspects of spirituality, of like motivated behavior of caring for others. Or, you know, to use the broad term, altruism. You know, something outside the self, or not concerned with the self, or just greater concern for others. And I'm going to show research showing that, you know, if you know, it shouldn't be much of a surprise, but maybe it will be. But like those who consider themselves as spiritual and or religious, they tend to be more, you know, more altruistic, or they seem to at least express more concern or caring for others. Some view spirituality as primarily relational, a transcendent relationship with that which is sacred in life, or with something divine beyond the self. The concept itself is multidimensional and defies simple, clear-cut boundaries. Yeah. You know, the best analogy that I would use, you know, when I bring up spirituality research, not that I bring it up often, but I think, you know, the common question or criticism is like, well, define spirituality. And can I, like, you know, define it succinctly in a perfect way? No, definitely not. But I would say, or my response is, Like, science really doesn't have, I would say, a good or perfect definition of consciousness, but that doesn't stop, psychology or neuroscience from studying it, from trying to understand it, maybe even, come to a good working definition. And, we still sort of like understand the concept, and we still attempt to study it, despite the fact that we don't have a perfect definition of consciousness. But we know or rather, we have a high degree of confidence that it's a thing. It's a real observable thing that we're trying to observe and assess in reality and understand in reality. We suspect that any scientific operational definition of spirituality is likely to differ from what a believer means when speaking of the spiritual. Scientists study beliefs or feelings or perceptions about spirituality, or they study behavioral practices and effects related to religion. All of which, from the believer's perspective, are essentially physical manifestations that fall far short of representing or comprehending the real thing, the essence of what is experienced as a spirituality. Although scientists frequently conceptualize and are interested in that which is not directly observable, scientific constructs are generally assumed to correspond, albeit imperfectly, to physically real entities. The believer, on the other hand, is surely not meaning anything like an underlying neurobiological event or structure when speaking of what is spiritual. This difference of meaning creates an inherent definitional, if not a procedural tension in the study of spirituality. Right. So it's like, we as scientists, we try to understandably and obviously, root things in reality. And here's where as they sort of allude to, there's a little bit of a tension. And they explicitly use that word, that tension, where it's like when most people refer to religiousness or spirituality, they are talking about something that's like immaterial, or basically like outside of the real world that you should not be able to measure. And the scientists are coming along saying, hey, how can we measure this? Or like, what definition can we use that allows us to measure it? And does spirituality just boil down to something neuroscientific, right? We have just a spiritual center in our brain. I personally would lean more towards that, where, the spirituality is like this subjective experience. And maybe some people interpret this subjective experience as something that's, immaterial or outside of the physical world, the metaphysical. But I just view, the subjective experience as like the human experience. And I think spirituality is part of that. It's just like part of that subjective experience. But again, I don't have a good working definition of spirituality. It's just like, sounds a little bit weird to say, but it's like, like love, you know it when you feel it. If you feel it, and hopefully you do. So why, given this sort of like loose definition of spirituality, why do I say, or why do I associate it with, personally, with self-transcendent, or something that is transcendent? And why does, let's say, focusing on self-transcendent and spirituality, why does that seem to promote, generally greater well-being, a greater sense of fulfillment and meaning in life? Well, I've went over this article in previous streams, which I think is a great article, a great review article about values and goals, where it's like I've shown this graph many times before, where how different values map on these axes, where, on, let's say, your x-axis, you have, self-transcendence on the right, and you have self-enhancement on the left, and then on your y-axis, openness to change up here, and conservation down here. And, generally speaking, at least based off of the research that I, read across, the values that seem to promote, greater well-being, greater meaning, greater fulfillment, they tend to be kind of like more to the right, and typically more to the upper right quadrant. Basically, these values of universalism, community, benevolence, and you can see right here, religiosity, obviously, like pretty much right up to the end on the self-transcendence axis. And what this graph is trying to show is like how a lot of these values are like in conflict or like on polar opposites of the spectrum, where you have religiosity and benevolence over here, then you have power and achievement pretty much on the other in the other quadrant, and there's clear tension between these values, where it's like, hey, if you're focused on materialism, power and achievement, these tend to very much come in conflict with the values of benevolence, community, and universalism. Yeah, and like the results of multidimensional scaling analyses representing the relative compatibility and conflict of materialism with other values in the Schwartz value model and with additional values for community, family, and religiosity. And this is, I think, one of the primary reasons, as to why, generally speaking, religiosity confers, generally speaking, greater well-being, greater meaning and fulfillment. Because I think it's closer to this self-transcendence aspect on the values spectrum. So, starting off with this. This is about 10 years old. And so, one moment. Hydrate myself. This is one of the earlier pieces of research that I could find on, religiosity and spirituality. They pretty much lump them together in this study. And this research, well, carried out by this research group here, but basically the main researcher, or like the one I guess that gets the most credit, is this researcher here, Lisa Miller. And it seems like they are pretty much one of the pioneers. At least it looks like they're one of the pioneers, as far as I can tell, of the research into spirituality. Where it's like, he should, I guess, towards the end, give their affiliations, what research institution. Here's the funding. Lisa Miller. Usually give like what institute all of the researchers are affiliated with. Not be difficult to find. Definitely don't like it when articles don't make it easy to find the affiliations of the authors and researchers. Whatever. I will just Google them. But I believe they're affiliated with Columbia University. And I believe like they specifically had, like, their leader of like the department that focuses on like spirituality, or like the mind-body spirituality aspects. Let me see. Well, they have a website. Yes. Where's like they should have like a research page. I don't want to spend time. A little bit strange. Oopsies. Yes. Yeah, so the Spirituality, Mind, Body Institute at Columbia University. And so, like, this person, Lisa Miller, they appear to be, like, the founder of this particular kind of, like, department at Columbia University. Yeah, professor of psychology and education at Columbia University, Teachers College, and is the founder of the Spirituality Mind Body Institute, the first Ivy League graduate program in spirituality and psychology. Yeah, Dr. Miller's a foremost scientist on spirituality across the lifespan, with her work published in top journals, including the Journal of the American Medical Association, specifically in psychiatry, American Journal of Psychiatry, and the Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. Her innovative research has focused on quantifiable effects of spirituality in health, resilience, and thriving, and an overall sacred and joyful life. Her clinical and consultation work focuses on spiritual awareness and spiritual growth for individuals, families, groups, and organizations. So, like, yeah, that's this person here. As mentioned, they seem to be basically the pioneer. If not, they maybe have go so far as to say, like, they created, the field of spirituality research. And this seems to be sort of like the beginning of it. A little over, or almost exactly 10 years ago. Published in 2012. So, previously, the authors found that personal importance of religion or spirituality was associated with a lower risk for major depression in a study of adults with and without a history of depression. Here, the authors examined the association of personal importance of religion or spirituality with major depression, the adult offspring of the original sample, using a 10-year perspective longitudinal design. Right, so a few things to point out. Well, even though it's in the title. So this is over quite a long time. That's why it's called longitudinal design, because it's over a long time course. And this is prospective, okay? As in, like, they're selecting a sample and they are tracking them over time, as opposed to retrospective, where it's like they're looking back. They're taking a group and they're kind of like tracking them, like not like in real time where they're under surveillance 24/7, but basically like they're tracking them, they're checking in with them regularly, as opposed to, like, going through medical records, trying to retrospectively draw associations and conclude. And generally speaking, prospective studies, come to, there's greater confidence conclusions with a prospective study and a retrospective study. Just because you have, kind of like more control of the variables. Because, like, you're selecting participants, you're able to control, you have better ability to control for confounding variables, as opposed to, like, retrospective. It's just like you're looking back, and, you have pretty much like no control over the sample population to an extent. So yeah. We previously found that adult women at high or low risk for depression based on lifetime depression history who felt that religion or spirituality was highly important to them had less than 1/10 the risk of recurrence or incidence of major depressive disorder over the previous 10-year period compared to those who did not rate religion or spirituality as highly important. So it's like, it looks like this specific research that I'm covering, it was inspired by previous research that was carried out that they're alluding to here, where they took a group of women, and it seems like those who reported that spirituality and religiosity was important to them, like they had basically a significantly reduced risk of depression over the 10-year period. So during that time that they were studying them. The study was cross-sectional, and depression was assessed retrospectively. So, like, yeah, that's the contrast. Retrospectively, this one is prospective. From data collected at several points over the previous 10 years. To date, the study stands as the sole published investigation of religion and depression that spans a 10-year period. Nonetheless, this finding is consistent with findings showing an inverse association between religiosity and symptoms of depression, and a meta-analysis of 147 studies showing a significant inverse association between religiosity and depression. Although most previous research has been cross-sectional in design, 2 prospective longitudinal studies with a 1-year follow-up periods found a protective effect of religiosity, depression, in the elderly. That depressed patients may sense spiritual or religious roots, significance, and resolution to their suffering is suggested by patterns of treatment utilization. Nearly a quarter of people who seek help in any given year for a mental health problem do so from a clergy member, according to the National Comorbidity Survey. We had an opportunity to investigate the potential protective qualities of religiosity against major depression in a prospective design through an additional 10-year follow-up, in which offspring of our original sample were interviewed in year 10, year 20. Okay, interesting. So this is like basically like part 2 of their original research, where it seems like their original research was it was retrospective, focused on this sample of women and the risk of depression, and then it seems like some of these women had children, and they are assessing the offspring of these children in a prospective manner. Overall, our initial findings showed that adult offspring of depressed, as compared with non-depressed women, were at high risk for lifetime major depression. Parental depression status determined high-risk status for offspring. Oh yeah, and this is also something known in the literature. Whether it's genetic, environmental, or both, or something else, it's like, yeah, the offspring of depressed mothers or parents, more broadly, the offspring are at greater risk of depression. In the additional follow-up period, we now have measures of religiosity and major depression at 2 points in time, at 10 years and at 20 years. In this study, our aim was to determine whether religiosity has a protective effect against depression, especially in the high-risk offspring. Right, so they now have, let's say, a sample population that potentially at a high risk for depression. And they now have the chance to see, like, depending on religiosity or spirituality, like, what is the, how does religiosity or spirituality moderate the effect of, let's say, the high risk or low risk of depression? Where it's like, yeah, if you know that these offspring from these, you know, depressed mothers or parents, that these are at high risk, do you see a protective effect if these offspring consider themselves spiritual or religious? Well, yeah, they pretty much outline it here. We asked 2 questions. Does religiosity protect against major depression over 10 years in adults? If so, does this effect pertain equally to adults at high and low risk for major depression, with risk status of the offspring based on parental depression status? So yeah, I'm not going to go through their entire methodology, just because of the research that I want to cover and it'd take too long. So, and here's probably the demographics. Yeah, demographic. Mean 29.3. Looks like majority low income. Well, I guess technically if you pool medium and high income, the majority are medium to high. Education level, greater than high school. Okay, I guess like some university or some college. Up to, I guess, well, greater than high school is pretty ambiguous. Majority married, and now the religiosity or personal importance of religion / spirituality. So for some, it's for the majority, it's moderately important. So basically, well, for the vast majority, about 80%, or I guess that's 59, so 89, so 88%. For 88% of them, the importance of religiosity or spirituality is moderate to high. Or, you know, for at 80%, 88% of them, their religiosity or spirituality is at least moderately important. Attendance of religious services. Looks like, well, yeah, majority. Mostly Catholic. Religious denomination. Yeah, mostly Catholic. Thing, okay. Clinical characteristics. Looks like most of them were high risk for depression. And then major depression episodes between year 1 and year 10. 17 episodes, lifetime episode at year 10. Okay. That was the overall breakdown of the demographics of the sample that they're assessing. I'd say the key points is that the majority, 72%, is percentage? Or is this just N number? Okay, yeah, it does look like. Wow, I read the wrong column. But still the overall conclusions hold. But yeah, majority, 63% high risk. And then yeah, majority, moderate to high. Married. So, what were the overall findings? This 10-year follow-up study found a long-term protective effect of high personal importance of religion, spirituality against major depression. Participants with high personal importance of religion, spirituality had about 1/4 of the risk compared with the other study participants of having an episode of depression over a 10-year prospective period. When investigated by a risk group, the protective quality of personal importance of religion, spirituality, was observed primarily in the adult offspring of depressed parents. A group at high risk for lifetime major depression, as well as for longer and more severe episodes of depression. Among adult offspring at high risk, those with high personal importance of religion, spirituality had about 1/10 the risk, compared with others in the high risk group of having an episode of depression over the 10-year follow-up period. So let me just read that again. Among adult offspring at high risk, those with high personal importance of religion, spirituality had about 1/10 the risk, compared with others in the high risk group having an episode of depression over. Okay, yeah. So that's the main, one of the main findings, which again, no surprise. I sort of alluded to it before, of like this, the fact that, you know, religiosity, spirituality tends to result in greater well-being, low risk for depression. That is exactly what they're finding here among the high-risk group. Where it's like if you compare them, the offspring that were at high risk for depression, it seems like basically there was this dramatic, 1/10, so 10% of the risk. So like a pretty significant protective effect of religiosity or spirituality when you compare them with the others in the high risk group. So basically the others who don't consider themselves, or like spirituality, religiosity is much less important. And so like the high risk group that are, let's say, highly spiritual or religious, they are at much lower risk of having an episode of depression over the 10 years that they were followed. The protective effect of personal importance of religion, spirituality against major depression in the high-risk group was found to exist primarily against recurrence rather than onset. This finding is consistent with data on the medically ill elderly, showing that high personal importance of religion, spirituality was particularly protective against recurrence, as compared with onset of major depression through a prospective 1-year study. Okay, interesting. So it's like, so it seems like spirituality doesn't necessarily protect against, let's say a diagnosis, or like, an initial episode of depression. But it seems like there's this strong protective effect against recurrence. It's okay, you might receive maybe some sort of diagnosis, or maybe have some sort of initial episode, but your chance of recurrence is much, much lower. The magnitude of the relative risk of major depression between those in the high-risk group who report high personal importance of religion, spirituality, and those who do not, raises a speculative hypothesis. Oh, and Desperado Sensei, welcome. Happy holidays. I hope you're doing well. Happy to see you. And also shout out to Desperado Sensei. Correct? Yes. Perhaps depression and personal importance of religion, spirituality engage a common pathway. High personal importance of religion, spirituality might form an aggregate pattern of kindling that protects against recurrence of depression. Future research on the protective effects of personal importance of religion, spirituality, against recurrence of depression might use EEG or MRI to explore possible biological correlates of these findings. So yeah, now they want to... They are basically, kind of assessing this at a survey level. And how do they diagnose depression? Diagnosis of major depression at all follow-up points was assessed with the schedule for affective disorders and schizophrenia, lifetime version, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah. But yeah, so basically, they are not assessing using neuroscience tools. Basically, through surveys, data collection of the patients, but not scanning their brains or assessing the electrical activity in their brains. But there's research that I'm going to show where it's they are using neuroscience techniques or tools to, look at spirituality or try to look and understand spirituality at the level of the brain, which is, to me, super cool. Patients more likely to recover from depression, for instance, show high amplitude alpha activity. The same brain rhythm associated in other studies with ongoing practice of Qigong meditation. Newberg recently reviewed a large body of research suggesting that spiritual practice may be associated with physiological and morphological changes in the brain, including increases in serotonin, another potential target for future research. Yeah. And, there's now, I think, quite a bit of research, using the analogy of, spirituality and religiosity, where it's I consider myself a spiritual person and, definitely not a religious person. And, do I incorporate, I don't know, any explicit spiritual practices in my life? I don't think so. But, I think the research, in addition to the research that I'm going to show, there's a whole bunch of other research showing, the benefits of spirituality. And I think the same thing holds true where, there is an abundance of research now, and I'm sure there's going to be more and more research in the future showing the benefits, the psychological benefits of mindfulness meditation or many other forms of meditation. There's not just mindfulness. They allude to this other form of meditation, Qigong meditation. There's also transcendental meditation, although I'm less familiar with it. And I'm sure there's a whole host of other forms of meditation or types of meditation that I just don't know about. But, I think the research is quite clear when it comes to mindfulness meditation, that the vast majority of people can get some sort of benefit from incorporating, a simple mindfulness meditation practice on a daily basis, which is something that I do. I use an app, and I practice mindfulness meditation every day for 10 minutes. I miss a day here and there, but I would say on average, it's at least 6 times per week. Well, that is a legit question. Does cognitive dissonance lead to being less depressed? During my last year of university, I got certified at level... Oh, yeah. Don't get me started on Reiki. That's a wholly different can of worms that I don't want to open. And I don't know that there's any good research about Reiki. I would suspect not. But if there's research showing, I'm definitely not an expert on Reiki. But let's just say, in the circles that I run in, or let's say I know some people, uh, some close, not a lot. There's a couple of close personal friends that they appear to be like heavily into Reiki. Um, and it seems like pretty out there. Uh, and I don't see any benefit from it. But if somewhere down the line research comes out showing, hey, there's some sort of Reiki practice that you can incorporate, this falls perfectly in line with what I was going to say about mindfulness meditation. Or like mindfulness meditation, like it's associated. This is something that's just been kind of like taken out of context, where like there's a whole bunch of Eastern religious philosophical practices that use mindfulness meditation. Let's say there's a whole bunch of baggage, cultural baggage, although I don't want to say baggage in the negative light. Just like there's a lot of things coming out of, Eastern cultural traditions that are associated with mindfulness meditation. That like you don't necessarily need all of the Eastern cultural associations with mindfulness meditation to get the benefits of mindfulness meditation. Where it's like you can just incorporate the mindfulness meditation practice in your daily life. You don't need to necessarily go into like the religious aspects of it or the philosophical aspects of it. It's just the mindfulness meditation practice in and of itself you can get benefit from. And I think the same thing can hold true potentially with maybe something like Reiki. There might be something in Reiki that you can like extract from it and start incorporating. Same thing with yoga. Yoga is all the rage these days, and has really taken off in the past 10, 20-ish years. And yoga has really strong roots in Eastern cultural practices and traditions. And there's a whole bunch of there's a whole religious and cultural tradition behind yoga. But you can just take yoga outside of its associations with all of the religious and philosophical aspects, and you can just practice yoga on its own. And still, not only are there appear to be physical benefits of yoga when it comes to strength, mobility, and flexibility. I think yoga is great. I would encourage virtually everybody to like incorporate some yoga into the life, especially if they're looking to become more physically fit, maybe develop some strength and mobility and flexibility, which I think everyone probably needs to develop some mobility, flexibility, and strength. And I would say yoga is a great way to do that, just because like today you can practice yoga from your home. There are so many resources, freely available resources, just on YouTube, where you can just like you just need to buy a mat and you can just start doing yoga in your living room. And I started doing yoga like, what was it, five years ago, and like it's great. There's a lot of benefits to yoga, and I would encourage anyone to just give it a shot. Let's see. Reiki is a certifiable placebo effect. I think it has more to do with reducing anxiety in the moment than healing practice. Probably. Then I'm not against the placebo effect. Right? Like I might have said it before, but I think the placebo effect, like if you're able to like carry out the placebo effect perfectly, like that's like the most optimal treatment, right? It's like literally, you're treating something, and you're not like altering their biochemistry. Like, and there should be like no negative side effects whatsoever, right? Like that's almost like the ultimate goal. If we're able to like harness the placebo effect, or if we're able to predict like who will and will not respond to the placebo effect, and then we could just like use it to our advantage, that would be a good thing. And there's a lot of interesting research about the placebo effect, which is totally like a legitimate and kind of like kind of. It is a biological, or in many instances, it is a biological phenomenon, or it can manifest itself at the biological level. There's like some interesting, like a lot of people just think that the placebo effect is like, you're psychologically kind of like duping yourself into feeling better. But like the placebo effect, can be so, it seems like it can be so powerful at the psychological level, like that it can actually like alter, your biochemistry. Or like you can like measure the placebo effect at a biological level where you're showing like certain biomarkers are changing, or like their blood pressure or cholesterol or whatnot is being improved by the placebo effect, and you're giving them a placebo and you're seeing like certain biomarkers changing. That is like totally wild and super cool. Where was I for that tangent, for that rant? Let's. I think I was right here. Yeah, patients more likely to recover from depression show high amplitude alpha activity, same brain rhythm. Oh yeah, I read that. So from the perspective of genetic epidemiology, both Kendler and colleagues and Zwang and colleagues identified in adults a heritable contribution, personal spirituality as measured through the constructs of personal devotion. 29% heritable, 24% familial environment, 47% unique environment, and spiritual well-being, 37% heritable, 10% familial environment, 52% unique environment. Where it's like, yeah, if in fact, okay, spirituality is like rooted in our biology, and it's at the level of like the brain, well then it's presumably, or it should be, some of it should be rooted in our gene. And thus, like, as they're sort of alluding to here, it seems like there's this heritable aspect of religiosity or spiritual well-being. Like this spiritual aspect. Like some of it might be rooted in our genes, or like have a genetic aspect or component to it. Subsequently, Kendler and colleagues found that a broad range of dimensions of personal religiosity are associated with a single common additive genetic factor. Right, so pretty much what I was alluding to. Yet are phenotypically disparately associated with 3 distinct factors of unique environment. But like, so yeah, so not exclusively genetic, just like a genetic component. Within the context of Kendler's findings, we postulate that depression is a phenotypic expression of the single common additive genetic factor of religiosity. This possibility gains support from research in developmental psychopathology, showing from early to late adolescence an increase in the heritable contribution of personal religiosity, concomitant with an increase in the magnitude of the protective effect of personal religiosity against depression, specifically when timed with physical expressions of puberty. So, limitations, which always important to highlight because every study has limitations. I see spirituality as a form of imagination. Religiosity is trying to solidify that imaginative action. Well, here is where I'm not going to disagree, just because, like, I think spirituality is a very individual thing, and I think it's fair to say that how people express their spirituality is going to be unique to them, and so I can totally see how spirituality can be a form of imagination to maybe most people, some people, or maybe everyone else but me. What I would say is, like, I don't view spirituality that way, just because, like, even though I definitely consider myself a spiritual person, like I said multiple times, but like, it's hard for me to imagine that it has to do with imagination, just because, like, I don't consider myself an imaginative person. So it's kind of like, oh no, I know, I definitely know that you don't mean, you didn't say that in a sort of pejorative manner. So no worries about that. But it's like, if in fact if spirituality has to do with imagination, then it's like, I don't know if I can consider myself a spiritual person, because I don't consider myself an imaginative person. Like, generally speaking, I'm not imaginative. I'm not creative, at least not in an artistic sense. Or at least not in the conventional artistic. I'm creative I'm typically creative, not to like brag or but you know, one of the reasons why, again, I went into the sciences, not the only reason, it was just like a variable at play, is because like, yeah, I'm not artistically, or at least despite my efforts, I never really excelled at anything that required, you know, some sort of artistic creativity. I took art, I went out of my way to take art classes in like elementary school, high school. I literally like enrolled like in an after school program uh, uh, for art. Like, it was an art after school program, you know, drawing, painting, you know, sculpting. And it was just like epic fail. And so it's like, oh, it was like, oh, I guess this is not where my strength is. Where it's like, you know, I wanted to be able to like whatever, draw and create, paint and sculpt. But it just like never, at least so far, has not come naturally to me, or at least has you know, seems to be exceedingly challenging for me to cultivate. But you know, am I like totally an uncreative person? No. Like, I would say I'm creative when it comes to problem solving. And like, especially when it comes to, you know, I'm creative when it comes to experimental design, and problem solving when it comes to experiments, science, etc., etc. And that's one of the reasons why I have, at least so far, excelled and exceeded in the sciences. That's where I would say, you know, I would put the label of creative on me. But definitely, you know, when someone throws around the word like they're a creative person, like, I know they're not referring to me, as like typically it's mostly in the artistic sense. Imaginative and creative are different. Yeah, I totally agree with you. But yeah, and I take your point. I think we're on the same page. Like, definitely distinct, but there's for sure quite a bit of overlap. Creation methodology, yeah, but it's like, you know, I definitely don't blame anyone if they don't think like, oh, you know, you're really creative when it comes to methodology, just because, like, you know, in the general population, when people refer to someone as creative, they typically mean in the artistic sense, and they're not talking about the scientist really creative in the lab, or like they're really creative in trying to solve a problem. That's one of the reasons why, like, you know, I just don't consider myself creative in the conventional or like the most common use of the word create. Like, yeah, like I do think we all as human beings have a creative aspect. Like, I know I have a creative aspect. It's just like, you know, you just have to find it. And does it overlap with, you know, what, generally speaking, what people refer to when they say creative. So, the limitations. This is the first 10-year prospective study of the personal importance of religion, spirituality, and major depression high-risk sample. There are limitations that qualify the finding. First, the single-item measure of personal importance of religion, spirituality, while widely used in health research, may seem to rely on face validity. Previous research, however, has shown this item to have a high correlation with the widely used Fetzer Institute full-scale measurement of personal spirituality. Because the longitudinal high-risk design necessitates recruitment of offspring of depressed and non-depressed parents and assessment over 10 years, the sample size is smaller than can be generated through other study designs. Our sample was drawn from the greater New Haven area and hence is limited to the religious denominations that are highly represented in that community, namely Catholics and Protestants. The sample is entirely Caucasian, and our findings cannot be assumed to generalize to other ethnic groups. Our findings may be understated, for ethnic groups in which religion is more highly valued or overestimated for groups in which spirituality and religion already inform the normative culture. Yeah, this is something to keep, I guess you're sort of seeing kind of like the pros and cons when it comes to methodology. Whereas they highlight here, they were limited in their sample size because they made the conscious choice to study the offspring of the sample that from their previous study. And so it's, it's only from that original sample that they got this new sample. And they couldn't expand it because, it's pretty much like whatever offspring are born, well, then that's your sample size. And so it's like, and you can't expand it outside of that. Otherwise, that's just like a confounding variable. But there's other pros, but it comes with, the fact you're able to track, this new sample and, make associations with the previous sample that you're already tracking. Where it's like, you get the advantage of like this prospective design over time with, a specific sample that, you have, you're able to characterize them very well. But then it comes at the cost of like, well, you have a limited sample size. But I would say the benefits of their study design, at least in my opinion, okay, the benefits that they get from their particular study design heavily outweighs like the limitations they're expressing. But it is good that they highlight that is limitation. Yeah, but people don't necessarily relearn the words they read. Just ask someone, yeah, words they know, or, yeah, I totally take your point, 100%. So what are the clinical implications of research? So like, does this research have any real world relevance? Patients coming in to be treated for depression. The magnitude of the protective effect in the high-risk group suggests that personal importance of religion, spirituality, may be clinically relevant in assessment and treatment, and may be potentially constitutive of major depression. Spiritually integrated psychotherapy for depression within a variety of approaches has been described and may be useful to some patients. Right, so if we know, or like if, as a result of research, we can say with a high degree of confidence that like, at the very least, being spiritual has a protective effect against depression, then it potentially, psychotherapy should incorporate spiritual practices, or maybe make recommendations to patients to incorporate spiritual practices, so that they can get the benefits, the protective benefits against depression. And it's going to be interesting to see, because here you're observing a protective effect, but then how does spirituality affect, or does it affect as a treatment, where it's like, okay, you take someone who not consider themselves religious or spiritual, but then you get them to incorporate spiritual practices, or you I guess convince them to become a more spiritual person. Does that result in some therapeutic effect on their depression? I think that's a really interesting question, where it's like carrying out the randomized controlled trial, where it's like, oh, can spiritual practices be a treatment for depression? Although attendance at religious services was not protective against recurrence of depression, individual engagement with clergy in times of difficulty for spiritual support and to gain understanding of suffering from a spiritual perspective may offer prevention against future episodes of depression. I think this is super interesting to highlight, because again, a lot of when people, at least so far from what I've heard, when people talk about the benefits of being religious, it's like, oh, or when people talk about how religion plays less of a role in our lives, and you're seeing all these negative effects on our mental health, and they say, oh, not being religious results in this lack of community, and that has a negative effect on our mental health. But as they're highlighting here, You know, I would say, you know, attendance of religious services is part of the community aspect of, you know, religious practices. And as they say here, attending the religious services, so attending these, you know, community gatherings, did not have this protective effect against recurrence of depression. So it seems like, at the very least, at least in this study, in this population, this community aspect of religion, of being religious, did not seem to have a positive effect on the recurrence of depression. And so that's where it's like, you know, going back to what I said earlier, it's like, it seems like you can get all the positive benefits of being religious through spirituality, and you don't need all of sort of like you know, the baggage of religion to get the positives of spirituality. Do you think it is spirituality, or do you think it is the sense of community that comes with? So I definitely think, like, despite what, you know, I just said here in terms of like this community aspect didn't have this protective effect. Like, I do still think community is important. I would say, I wouldn't necessarily say community. I would say connection. Connection is important, and that, I think that bleeds into what they said after this, where it's like, yeah, attending these religious services didn't seem to have, you know, at least in this study, this population, any significant benefit. But as they go on to say, individual engagement with the clergy in times of difficulty for spiritual support and to gain understanding of suffering from a spiritual perspective may offer prevention against future episodes of depression. I think that's important. Like, individual human connection between, you know, one-on-one, or like, you know, small group of people. But this is not to discount community. Like, I still think community is important, but I think what's more important is connection, connecting with another human being that is supportive. I think that support is critical. Treatment utilization patterns. Oh, no problem. Talk to you later. Always great to see you. And happy holidays. And Merry Christmas to you if you celebrate. At the very least. If you're on holiday, I hope you have an enjoyable holiday. Treatment utilization patterns suggest that many individuals seek spiritual meaning or resolution of depression, as nearly a quarter of people in the United States who seek help for a mental disorder do so from a clergy member. So yeah, I think this is super interesting. Oh yeah, because you're in the future. I forgot. So yeah, this research is about 10 years old, and I'm gonna show some more recent research. Pretty much like this just builds upon this research, where again, just as this paper research that I just went through, it was inspired by, you know, past research that they did, and it seems like it is only built from here. And going back to, you know, this graph here, where it's like community is more on the right, or that self-transcendent axis. So like, that's why I still think community is important. But again, I still think the aspect of human connection, or connecting with another person, is a little bit more important than community. So, moving on from this research, what is some other research showing, you know, the positive effects of spirituality? So there's this research here, much more recent, in the past year or so. And again, this individual, this researcher, Lisa Miller, is part of this research. As I said, they appear to be like the pioneer of spirituality. And they're part of this this institute, the Spirituality Mind Body Institute. That's at Columbia University. So, to me, this is super interesting research. Well, this here is also super interesting. But to me, this is like, this might get more into the mechanisms as to, why do you see these positive benefits of being religious or spiritual? Or why does it appear to result in this protective effect against depression? And as they highlight here in the title, and we're going to get into it, the research, where it's like, yeah, altruism and love of neighbor offer neuroanatomical protection against depression. And that's where I think, I'm pretty confident that, this bleeds into the self-transcendence aspect of spirituality, where I think it's fair to say self-transcendence, basically, at least the way I understand it and conceptualize it, is to basically, it's not being about, it's not about being selfless as opposed to selfish. Basically, more altruistic and more concerned for others rather than yourself. A rather greater concern for others. So, human spirituality has been shown in previous research to be an innate capacity with 23 to 40% of the variance in adults attributed to heritability. So, basically there might be, or it looks like there is some component, okay, that may be rooted in genes, or at the very least, there's something being passed down from one generation to the next, where it's like spirituality appears to just some component of spirituality appears to be transferred from one generation to the next. Following a developmental surge or biological clock of increased heritability across middle to late puberty, you have deep common expression around the globe. Despite a diversity of religions and cultures, perhaps representing phenotypes of the heritable contribution. And 3, you have clear and consistent neuroanatomical correlates seated in regions of perception, motivation, and relationality. Spiritual capacity is expressed as a felt way of being, a set of experiences and perceptions, which for any given individual may or may not be wedded to a religious denomination, philosophy, or theology. Scientific work focused on human spirituality, by way of clarification, does not focus on the claims of religion or its tenets, and certainly stands distinct from any claims about the theological or cosmological nature of the world. Clinical science focuses on the human capacity for lived spirituality, experienced as perceptions, motivations, and practices around transcendence and ultimate concerns. Often, investigation focuses on the biological correlates and mental health consequences of personal spiritual life. A new growing area of work focuses on the neural correlates of spiritual experience. To the best of our knowledge, to date, the only MRI studies to examine the neural correlates of spirituality as directly protective against psychopathology were published by our team, showing in our longitudinal sample report of a high level of sustained spirituality to be associated with cortical thickness across regions of the parietal, precuneus, and occipital, precisely where previous research had shown in recurrent depressives cortical thinness. Where it's like, yeah, it seems like, okay, in addition to like the positive psychological benefits of being religious or spiritual, it seems like, okay, these positive psychological benefits, like some of it is rooted in the brain, where it's like there are measurable positive effects of being spiritual or religious at the level of the brain, where it's like you measure positive brain changes that appear to be associated with being religious or spiritual. Prospective protective benefits of relative cortical thickness in these regions against symptoms of depression, with the greatest magnitude of benefit found in people at high familial risk for depression, due both to heritability and environmental stressors. As the first published report to our knowledge to identify neuroprotective benefits of spirituality against depression, our study, nonetheless, was naturally conducted within the limitations of the field at the time. Only a handful of previous studies had identified the brain regions associated with spirituality at that time, which formed our a priori targeted investigation around the regions of neuroprotection against depression. At the time of our original study, we assessed personal spirituality using the most frequently used single item measure: how personally important is religion or spirituality to you. While this item had been shown in the research literature to robustly predict medical outcomes, it confounds spirituality, which is an innate capacity, with religion, which is a socialized embrace of this capacity, and clearly is quite broad and non-specific. Here, we advanced our investigation of the neuroanatomical protective effect of spirituality against depression, given recent identification of 1. Universal spiritual phenotypes potentially reflecting the heritable contribution to spirituality, and 2. A distributed brain network, including cortical regions that may be associated with the heritable dimension of spirituality. Right, so, moment. So, as with, just about all psychological research and concepts, these things are difficult to study because, well, as alluded to earlier, we don't have this, perfect working definition of spirituality. And also, how so far, based off of what we covered, how are they identifying who is or is not spiritual or religious? They basically go by self-report, right? It's like, oh, they're just asking them, like, how personally important is religion or spirituality to you? And they give them some sort of ranking of, like, highly important, very, moderate, low, etc. And so, they're basically, using self-report to determine who is spiritual and who is not. And then from there, carry out the study, and they draw associations between, those who self-identify as spiritual or religious, and then whatever effect. And, even though it is probably reliable, just because, like, spirituality or, religiosity, like a highly subjective, personal thing. And there's very, I would say, generally speaking, there's probably not a lot of people who, are hiding their spirituality or religion when it comes to these studies. And so there's every reason to believe that, they're being honest when they answer these questions of whether they consider spirituality or religiosity important to them. But also at the same time, it's probably not the best way, or, definitely not the perfect way to identify, who is spiritual or who is not. Ideally, we'd want something, objective and measurable, right? Just as, just as ideally you want to diagnose someone based off of, some objective biomarker, basically, something that would be more objective would be like, something measurable in the blood, where it's like, you do a blood test and like, turns out they're a spiritual person. Or, the more realistic one is like, you measure something in their brain and you can determine whether or not they're a spiritual person. As opposed to, like, currently they're doing a little bit backwards. Maybe not backwards, but they're just like, they're using self-identified spiritual people and then they're scanning their brains. It will be quite interesting to see whether they can identify spiritual people just by scanning the brain. Where it's like you take a group of people, and they voluntarily allow you with their consent to scan their brain. And if we know sort of what the spiritual or religious brain looks like, okay, can we kind of, like, quote unquote diagnose spirituality or identify spirituality, just like through a brain scan, that would be, at least to me, like one of the most convincing studies of like spirituality, and like, uh, where after you scan their brains, then you get them to do the survey, where it's like, if you're able to predict someone who is spiritual, that would be super cool. Where it's like, oh, you get the person, or like the researchers, to like look at whatever, I guess, what would presumably be like an MRI or fMRI, and you see like, oh, this looks like a spiritual brain. So we would predict that they would answer like yes, or they would, on the scale, it'd be like yes. Spirituality or religiosity is highly personally important to me. And if there's a strong correlation, or if they're able to predict with like 100% accuracy, I think that would be a pretty cool and convincing study of like the biological roots of spirituality. But yeah, this is a little bit of a rant or tangent on my end. So, evidence of a heritable or hardwired component to spirituality suggests that cross-culturally, spirituality may carry deep commonalities or phenotypes. In a study of over 5,500 participants in India, China, and the United States of highly diverse cultural and religious traditions, members of our team found the existence of at least 5 common phenotypes, namely altruism, love of neighbor as self, sense of oneness. Interesting. So going back, this values graph here, I would say this sense of oneness maps onto universalism aspect, where it's like, you are one with humanity, or like, there's this shared humanity with everyone. Contemplative practice and commitment to religion spirituality. All 5 phenotypes held structural integrity across participants, with level of endorsement on each phenotype showing greater individual variance than group variance across these diverse countries, religions. Of relevance for global mental health, common structural phenotypes were found across participants who represented the 5 most populous world religious traditions: Christianity, 2 billion, Islam, 1.5 billion, non-religious, spiritual but not religious, and secular, 1.2 billion, Hinduism, 1.1, and Buddhism, about 500 million. In a subsequent study, turning to people at high and low risk for depression, we replicated the structural integrity of the 5 phenotypes as distinct from family risk for depression and past history of depression. Ruling out the argument of the tautological sameness of depression and spirituality as merely the absence of one another, evidence instead supports the 5 phenotypes both as being protective against depression and as being structurally dependent from depression. Okay, so it's like, if I'm understanding it correctly, it's like, well, as they highlight here, depression structurally independent, or rather spirituality and depression like structurally independent, where it's like, the depression is not rooted in like this spiritual aspect of the brain, if I'm understanding that correctly. Ken Kendler and colleagues, using a genetic epidemiologic twin study, originally identified a partially heritable contribution. 29% of the variance heritable, 71% environmental, to a dimension of lived spirituality that authors termed personal devotion, a felt perception of a personal dynamic relationship with God, this Hashem, Allah, the higher power, universe, or whatever personal term might be used to describe a loving, guiding, and protective ultimate reality. It's interesting that they censored God. Whatever, all the words censored. In brief, maybe some sort of a bias, the authors or the researchers. That seems a little bit bizarre to me. Yeah, in brief, transcendent relationship. So yeah. Right, so again, going back basically on this self-transcendent axis. A personal transcendent relationship has been found to be protective against depression across a number of studies, various assessment measures. To explore the potential neural correlates of the perception of the transcendent relationship, a collaborative team of fMRI investigators adapted an established in-scanner task, previously found to be valid across other forms of personal experience, such as craving, fear, or depression. In the adapted task, participants first received an individual interview to elicit palpable, detail-driven memory of lived spiritual connection with God or the higher power. The detailed retelling of the memory was scripted, recorded, and then played back in scanner to participants, a method previously shown across 15 years of research to elicit the neural and physiological correlates of living the experience itself, plus those of memory. The spiritual in-scanner task was conducted within an fMRI study to identify the engagement of a ventral frontotemporal network. Engagement of the VFTN during personal spiritual experience was found across culturally and religiously diverse young adults, including those to report being spiritual but not religious. The VFTN appears to be a neural seat of perception of a transcendent relationship across religious traditions and a range of expressions of spirituality. Yeah, this ventral frontotemporal network, VFTN. The findings of the fMRI study were interpreted to suggest that the VFTN likely buffers against stress and trauma, although the direct potential protective benefits were not directly tested. This ventral frontotemporal network, ventral frontal network, engaged during a felt perception of the transcendent relationship, is comprised of middle and inferior frontal cortices, frontal opercula, and anterior insula. Regions, when activated, are associated with shifts in attentional patterns and a felt relationality with fellow human beings and or a higher power. Yeah, it's like this. So they're talking about subjective states. What is it like to feel or like this felt relationality with fellow human beings and or a higher power? I would say that is exclusively subjective state. But it seems like this, even though whatever, obvious to me, I guess as a biologist, whatever. I'm not religious. I don't think something like metaphysical. Like, yeah. It's not surprising to me that it's rooted in the brain. So in keeping with our ongoing line of inquiry on the neural correlates of spiritual experience and related protective benefits, we now investigate the possibility that people with a strong personal spirituality show structural neuroanatomical differences across the VFTN. Right. So, like, this feeling of, relationality with fellow human beings and or higher power, they're associating it with this ventral frontotemporal network, okay? And so, like, from there, if they know that this subjective state is, like, rooted in the VFTN, then, presume, or like this spiritual aspect is rooted in the VFTN. Well, then presumably, okay, you should be able to measure changes in the VFTN according to degree of spirituality, or at least that, I guess that would be the hypothesis, where it's like, okay, in those who are highly spiritual, their VFTN is like highly active, or there's structural differences that we can observe. Then, presumably someone who is not spiritual at all, there should be, some sort of change in activity or some sort of structural change that they can measure. So yeah, as they say, in keeping with our ongoing line of inquiry on the neural correlates of spiritual experience and related protective benefits, we now investigate the possibility that people with a strong personal spirituality show structural neuroanatomical differences across the VFTN as measured by relative cortical thickness across the constituent regions. In this exploratory study, we further assess if this potential network-wide anatomical difference might be associated with the diagnosis of major depressive disorder and or protect against severity level of depressive symptoms, current or prospective. We turn in this moment to a high-risk sample marked by elevated rates of depression, stress, and negative life events to investigate a pathway of neuroanatomical protection against depression based upon spiritual phenotypes. The current investigation benefits from a 38-year intergenerational longitudinal study yielding adults at high and low risk for depression. Specifically, structural MRI on adult offspring at high and low familial risk for depression allows us to ask, 1. Might greater cortical thickness across the regions of the VFTN be associated with any or each of the 5 phenotypes? And 2. Might cortical thickness across the VFTN be protective against depression, either diagnosis of major depressive disorder or level of symptoms of depression, particularly in people at high risk for depression? So yeah, all great questions. And like, yeah, it seems like they had access to pretty interesting sample population. Yeah, 38-year longitudinal familial study of 72 adults. Like, this is really long term. So yeah, they scanned MRIs, or rather, you know, they scanned their brains, MRIs. And you know, they did some analysis. Yeah, so we're measuring cortical thickness, that VFTN area. Yeah. Or yeah, areas, VFTN cortical region of interest. So, what were the overall findings? Discussion starts here. Neuroanatomical protection against depression was found in adults at high familial risk for depression who had a relatively stronger sense of altruism and love of neighbor as self. The neuroanatomical protective benefits were not seen in people at low risk for depression, nor found for other dimensions of the spirituality that we studied. Interesting. Such as, read that again from the beginning. So the neuroanatomical protective benefits were not seen in people at low risk for nor found for other dimension of the spirituality that we studied, such as report of contemplative practice or commitment to religion spirituality. Specifically, our findings reveal that 1. Altruism and love of neighbor to be associated with greater cortical thickness across the VFTN, previously associated with the in-scanner task of recalled personal spiritual experience, specifically a felt transcendent relationship with the higher power, God, the universe, or a related personal truth. Right. So it's like, well, it's cause and effect. So is this aspect of altruism and love of neighbor, is it resulting in these changes in this VFTN area, or are the changes in the VFTN area resulting in you know, this greater altruism and love of neighbor? As of right now, it's like an association, it looks like. Whereas, like, okay, what causes what? Who knows? But at the very least, these changes in the VFTN, specifically this cortical thickness across the VFTN, appear to be associated with altruism and love of neighbor. And, you know, a felt transcendent relationship with the higher power. Or basically, you know, something other than themselves, or greater than themselves, is how I would frame it. Yes, and 2, greater cortical thickness across the VFTN to be inversely associated with the diagnosis of major depressive disorder over the past 10 years, and prospectively protective against level of severity of depressive symptoms 8 years later. specifically in people at high familial risk for depression. And 3, altruism to be prospectively protective against diagnosis of major depressive disorder, and love of neighbor to be prospectively protective against level of severity of depressive symptoms. So it seems like, this altruistic aspect and this love of neighbor aspect appears to confer this protective effect against major depressive disorder. So it seems like they're kind of zeroing in or honing in on some of the specific mechanisms, whereas they highlight earlier the kind of 5 phenotypes of spirituality. The phenotypes of spirituality, the 5 of them. So altruism, love of neighbor as self, sense of oneness, contemplative practice, and commitment to religion or spirituality. Seems like out of the 5 here, it seems like these 2, altruism and love of neighbor as self, it seems like those are, so far, those appear to be the variables at play that result in this protective effect against major depressive disorder in these high-risk individuals. So, altruism and love of neighbor correlate with cortical thickness across the regions of the VFTN, a network previously shown to be engaged in perception of the transcendent relationship, drawing on regions of bonding and enhanced perception. Findings of this study show that the neural correlates of a transcendent relationship are shared with a sense of care for fellow people. Here we see potential common ground of neural perception between, on the one hand, a sense of feeling love and support from God, or higher power, and on the other hand, feeling love and supporting fellow people. These neuroanatomical findings may suggest that altruism and love of neighbor are experienced not exclusively as interpersonal events, but via spiritual perceptions and motivations. Spiritual sense of human-human relationality within previous psychological research has been conceptualized as relational spirituality, leading to greater respect for dignity, acceptance, forgiveness, commitment, and unconditional love. From the view of relational spirituality, fellow human beings are seen and felt as sacred, holding the presence of God or emanations created by the higher power. Through this body of research on relational spirituality, the current report offers a potential neuroanatomical common ground between human-human relationships felt as sacred and the transcendent human relationship felt with God or the higher power. Interesting. The VFTN depression. In people at high risk for depression, cortical thickness across the VFTN was associated with decreased relative risk for major depressive disorder over the past 10 years at year 30, and prospectively, a decreased level of severity of depressive symptoms, year 38. Can sustained practice of relational spirituality as altruism and love of neighbor augment cortical thickness in the spiritual network? Right. So, if their working hypothesis is if you get people to, practice more altruism and love of neighbor, does it result in these changes in the cortical thickness, this VFTN brain region? The current study does not directly address change in cortical thickness associated with live altruism and love due to the study design. However, other studies suggest that a sustained form of contemplative practice or mindfulness, and 2, spiritual practice taken together with positive social engagement are associated with morphological change and, in some people, synaptogenesis. So this concept of synaptogenesis, well, it's in the word genesis. It's the creation of new synapses, or basically creation of new connections in the brain. And so it seems like they're alluding to, so this study was not designed to determine cause and effect, where it's okay, these brain changes. Is it the brain changes resulting in greater altruism and love of neighbor? Or does getting someone to practice altruism and love of neighbor, does it result in brain change? They're calling upon past research, where it seems like their hypothesis is based off of past research that it's the practices, the altruism or love of neighbor practices that may result in the brain changes, as past research has shown that these contemplative practice or mindfulness can result in brain change. So taken together, the convergent evidence is grounds for future research that might examine morphological change associated with sustained relational spirituality in the forms of altruism and love of neighbor. Yeah, so not surprisingly, even though their kind of like working hypothesis or their suspicion is like, okay, it's the altruism and love of neighbor that results in the brain changes. But now they want, as any good scientist would recommend, you want to actually run the experiment or do the research. Okay, that's our working hypothesis. Is that actually true? If you take a group of people or a sample of people and you get them to, let's say, practice altruism or be altruistic, and I guess get them to spiritually practice love of neighbor, and then you measure their brain both before and after these practices, that would answer that question of like, oh, okay, is it the spiritual practices that are affecting the brain, or is it the brain that's affecting the spiritual practices? The implications of a relational spirituality intervention focusing on altruism and love offers great hope as a learned pathway to resilience against depression for people at high risk. Uniquely among people at high risk for depression, altruism and love of neighbor offer prospective neuroanatomical protection against depressive symptoms. The neuroanatomical protective effects of relational spirituality are particularly striking in light of 1. The overall relatively lower rates of altruism and love of neighbor in the high-risk group as compared to the low-risk group at the level of a trend, and 2. Overall relative cortical thinness across the VFTN in people in the high-risk groups as compared with the lowest group. The neural impact of a relational spirituality on depression appears greatest for those who otherwise most suffer. Right. So it's like the ones who are, as they sort of highlight here at the end, it's those who are at higher risk or who will be most impacted by, let's say, depression, that might be served best by these, spiritual practices. The findings show that people at high risk struggle with interpersonal dimensions of spiritual life per se, but not other dimensions of contemplative practice, sense of oneness, or commitment to religion, spirituality, perhaps as part of broader challenges in social functioning or due to relational history. Consistent with current findings, depressive social struggle, severing of relationship, avoidance, or hostility may sometimes involve an attenuated sense of relational spirituality, as has been demonstrated clinically. Conversely, improvements in relational spirituality may augment social functioning, given the common neural underpinning around social perception and motivation. Right. Moment. So, it seems like, okay, as I alluded to earlier, they're really zeroing in on like the mechanism of spirituality that confer these positive benefits. Whereas they point out, or as they sort of have found based off of past research, that there's these multiple dimensions, or to use their language, there's these multiple phenotypes of spirituality or religiosity. Where, okay, you identify as, let's say, spiritual or religious. What does that mean? Like, how can we sort of like break it down or deconstruct it? Like, what are the hallmark features of spirituality? And they highlight those 5 of them, right? The contemplative practice, sense of oneness, commitment to religion, and then like the altruism, and love of neighbor. And so it seems like, okay, there could be like people who consider themselves highly spiritual, But like they're highly spiritual in the sense that, like these other dimensions, this contemplative practice, sense of oneness, or commitment to religion, spirituality, where, they might score kind of like off the charts. And when it comes to like those dimensions of spirituality. But when it comes to like the altruism, or the love of neighbor, they might, score super low. And thus they may not be getting these protective effects against depression, despite them being highly spiritual. Where it's like, they're highly spiritual in the sense of like these three dimensions, but in the dimensions that matter, they might be kind of like deficient. And that's sort of like what they're highlighting here, where it's like, it seems like you can still struggle, or be at risk of depression despite being spirituality. But then like what explains that? Like it might be those two dimensions of altruism and love of neighbor. That might be like a moderating factor. So it's that might be one of the ways that you can intervene, or maybe like get someone where it's like, okay, they might profess to be spiritual, but they might profess to be spiritual because they really identify with those three dimensions. But now maybe you can increase their spirituality, and they can get their protective effects against depression, by increasing their altruism, or their love of neighbor. Basically kind of like pretty much boosting their spirituality through those particular dimensions. Several overlapping pathways may yield the neuroanatomical benefits of altruism and love. From the view of social support, altruism draws people out of isolation into reconnection, beyond a sense of unworthiness to valuable contribution. Affecting both those who are helped and the helper, neural perception of fellow humans as spiritual beings or sacred relations may motivate service, forgiveness, and acceptance, all shown to be uplifting of the kind-hearted seer and doer and helpful in recovery from depression. Service to others deepens one's inner spiritual life as a form of spiritual practice, care for creation, or worship in action, yielding greater spiritual understanding, which in turn brings an added degree of resilience against depression. Finally, a direct protective effect may exist between greater cortical thickness across regions associated with relational spirituality and decreased risk for depression. Here, a loving way of being, feeling, and living may be potentiated by a neural seat of awareness, uniting the transcendent with embodied care. So it's like, this goes back to what I highlighted earlier, where, community is important. But I think the aspect of connection is like more important. And as they highlight here, like it's like one of the benefits of this altruism is like it seems like it encourages or cultivates, or as they explicitly outline, it draws people out of isolation into reconnection, beyond a sense of unworthiness to valuable contribution, affecting both those who are helped and the helper. Right. So it's like this altruism aspect seems to foster the ability to reconnect with. That might be one of the reasons why you're seeing this protective effect of altruism when it comes to major depressive disorder. Moment. Sorry about that. And so, yeah, the again goes back to what I think crucially important, this aspect of connection, and how, let's say, a sense of altruism fosters connection, or encourages or cultivates connection. So, limitations. Limitations may include the smaller sample size. However, we emphasize that one, due to the uniqueness of a high and low risk intergenerational sample, the statistical signal is strong. A lot of alliteration. The statistical signal is strong. And 2, adequate sample size for longitudinal neuroimaging studies generally has been established as 30 participants, which is less than half the size of our study sample. Right. Here is where it's like trade-offs. And this is pretty typical when it comes to neuroscience research, where it's like, yeah, this type of neuroscience research, it's high quality. You're scanning people's brains, and you're really looking at their brains and trying to like draw conclusions and analyze, their beliefs at the level of the brain. But it comes at the cost of like sample size, where it's like, given the fact that you have to scan the brains of people, well, then it just becomes impractical to like scan the brains like thousands, tens of thousands of people, just because like you don't have like equipment or resources to do that. And that's why like pretty much virtually always sort of like this type of neuroscience research, you have to scan those brains, analyze the resulting data, which isn't easy. It's not that I'm an expert or like I know how to interpret or analyze brain scan data, but I imagine, confident that it's not just not an easy task. And so not only are you limited by the fact that you don't have access to like dozens and dozens of brain scanners, you also just don't have access to dozens and dozens of people that like know how to analyze type of data, and then do all the analysis, these statistical analysis, controls, etc., etc. It's not easy. And yeah, that is one of the limitations. But I think the benefits in terms of like high quality data, you're measuring things at the level of the brain, those benefits heavily outweigh any criticism about sample size. Let me see. So those regions identified by Jessican Kiliani-Ellis were broader than the VFTN shown in the previous fMRI study, such that as compared to the previous study, ours would seem to yield a weakened signal. Yet, the current neuroanatomical study identified a set of clear, significant findings. Relative cortical thickness across the VFTN might be seen as merely a global index of a good brain. However, the data from our study demonstrate that cortical thickness across the VFTN is uniquely associated with the relational aspects of spirituality, but not aspects of contemplative practice or commitment to religion spirituality. So yeah, it's like this VFTN region is associated with certain dimensions of spirituality, and basically, as they explicitly say, not associated with this contemplative practice or commitment to religion spirituality. The larger longitudinal study assessed for major depressive disorder using the SADS-L and like questionnaires at time 30 and time 38, but not at time 35, the timing of the spirituality assessment. However, among those participants positive for a diagnosis of major depressive disorder at year 30, 98% were the same at both year 30 and year 38. The possibility of, at most, 2 unidentified cases of major depressive disorder at time 38 strengthened the findings. MRI scans were conducted at year 30, not concomitant with the spirituality measures at year 35. The MRI findings are quite unlikely to have changed between year 30 and year 35, as previous research on the sample from the larger longitudinal study shows high stability of cortical thickness across 8 years in people with high and low familial risk for depression. Right, so like, they're tracking people over a long period of time, okay? And obviously they're not tracking them in real time. They don't have them in the fMRI scanner, for years and years. They're just like getting snapshots over time, and they're pretty much like saying that even though they're taking snapshots, they are confident in their findings, and that like the changes that they're seeing, like they're not random changes, so to speak. Finally, the current study asks whether or not cortical thickness across the VFTN at the level of a network might prevent against depression and correlate with specific phenotypes of spiritual life. Although beyond the scope of the current study, future research might consider the unique contribution of each of the constituent regions by investigating 1. The relative protective benefits against depression of the cortical thickness of each region, and 2. The association of the cortical thickness of each region with level of spirituality for each phenotype. That said, our method applies a novel approach by examining structural brain differences associated with spirituality, both 1. Across an entire network, and 2. Along multiple dimensions of spiritual life. An investigative approach, specifically to have been called for from within the field. And so what are the implications of this type of research? Is it enough to, let's say, recommend as a treatment for, or to prevent depression, altruism and love of neighbor? Depression is the leading cause of disability, affecting 264 million people around the world. This study, and this is according to the World Health Organization, this study reveals an innate human capacity for resilience, healing, and renewal brought from an inborn spiritual neural capacity. As they're explicitly saying, like, this is basically an inborn human capacity. Like, basically, like, spirituality is rooted in our brain, or at least some aspect of spirituality is rooted in our brains, rooted in our biology. And it appears like there is some sort of like genetic component. Our innate neural endowment for altruism and love offers a pathway to prevent depression, particularly for those at high risk. Findings offer a potential pathway for augmented treatment and prevention, altruistic service delivered with love. Altruism and love of neighbor as self might be cultivated by patients and families and supported as part of treatment by clergy, physicians, and mental health professionals. Widely used treatments such as cognitive behavior therapy or interpersonal psychotherapy might integrate homework that initiates acts of service and practices of relational love, both as visualization, such as envisioning new acts of relational love, and heart-centered mediations designed to send out love to fellow human beings, and in action, planned engagement with family or in volunteer service, and spontaneous acts of kindness. As well, the therapist-patient alliance might be engaged as a form of relational spirituality, creating a powerful, sacred form of relationality, perhaps never before experienced by the patient. In this way, the alliance may, 1. Cultivate a felt sense of relational spirituality that the patient might bring forward to people outside of the session, and 2. Bolster the neural capacity that also is a seat of awareness for a relationship with the higher power and transcendent awareness in daily life. The converse process of relational expansion might be true as well. Patients might be encouraged to engage the higher power or a transcendent relationship in their own language and on their own terms as a source of guidance to re-envision and strengthen interpersonal relationships. Right. So it seems like they are, recommending incorporating spiritual practices for, let's say a certain patient population. And, they're saying, engage the higher power. And, I think they're using the word higher power for a reason, even though, I think people associate higher power with like God, something religious. But it doesn't have to be, or rather just as I would say spirituality is separate from religiosity, I would say higher power, separate God. Whereas they sort of highlight, incorporate the concept in your own language and on your own terms. And just as like the same thing holds true for spirituality, even though they give a little bit of a breakdown of like dimensions of spirituality. Here's where, incorporate it, on your own terms, where it's like, if you don't want to start believing in God, which is something that I don't want to start believing in, just because I don't believe in God. I'm essentially, atheist, agnostic. And as I said multiple times, I'm not religious, but I definitely consider myself spiritual. If If engaging, let's say, your higher power or a transcendent relationship uh, confers like some benefits, like I'm all in favor of that, right? Um, as I sort of said, highlighted earlier and multiple times, it seems like oh, all of the values and practices that tend to result in greater well-being, meaning, and fulfillment, they tend to be more towards this self-transcendent dimension, which makes sense given the research that we're going over, where it's like not about yourself, but about whatever higher power, something transcendent, but basically something outside of yourself or greater than yourself. So they're basically asking you to engage in something that is greater than yourself. So whatever form that takes, I like go with that. As they sort of highlight, it might be in the form of like volunteerism. Yeah, volunteer service, spontaneous acts of kindness, engaging with friends or family. Basically, things outside yourself or greater than yourself. To date, a host of spirituality-oriented treatments have been published, with some approaches being applicable across faith traditions or apart from any faith tradition, while other spiritually oriented treatment models are grounded within a specific faith tradition. Standard assessment of each patient's spiritual worldview and related perspective on suffering is integrated into intake as part of the Spirit program at Harvard Medical School, Kane Hospital, and then leads to treatment planning for both inpatient and outpatient settings. At this research group have published a thorough resource for spiritually integrated treatment at each phase in the arc of care that integrates both transcendent practice and relational spiritual connections. Sandaj et al. Have published extensively on models of relational spirituality, per se, as the foundational frame and focus of treatment. Relatively few attempts represented in the clinical literature have been made to foster spiritual awareness as it extends to relational spirituality, affecting the dual seat of spiritual perception identified in this study. Designed as an intervention to jumpstart the VFTN, Awakened Awareness is a foundationally spiritual intervention to have been selected by the American Psychological Association as part of the Master Training Series. Awakened Awareness aims to enhance spiritual perception through a method that is inclusive of members of any religious tradition, as well as those who identify as spiritual but not religious, which I would fall into that category. Spiritual but not religious. And humanists, who find spirituality in relationships with fellow human beings. Not sure which basket I would most fall into. I guess, given this description, I guess I'm more humanist than spiritual but not religious. Where it's like, I find spirituality in relationships with fellow human beings. But I would say it's not exclusive to that. But I would say that's definitely a huge aspect. My own spirituality. Based upon 20 years of development in a secular and diverse setting, the foundational Awakened Awareness model is explicitly spiritually oriented, has been delivered in private and public organizations, treatment settings, and to teachers and school administrators, the U.S. military, mental health, and addiction settings, and recently has been tested as a prevention model on college campuses to address the current epidemic of depression and despair in young adults. So it seems like they're really incorporating and testing out a specific intervention, spiritual intervention, and they call it like Awakened Awareness, a foundationally spiritual intervention. And it seems like this particular modality has been tested out. Looks like it's been successful across a range of settings and environments. Awakened Awareness offers in vivo practices to gauge the perceptual building blocks of the VFTN to include inner reflection and visualization, outer observation on the confluence of life events, and dyadic practices of relational spirituality to deepen relationships. Dyadic, just essentially. You know, yeah, fancy psychological term for, between two people. Relationships with people are considered to be spiritual events, meriting reflection and appreciation. Building a spiritual perceptual capacity often helps. One, to awaken participants to an expanded sense of the self as connected with one's true highest self, other people's highest selves, and one's own sense of the higher power or transcendent presence. To heighten daily awareness of the confluence between inner life and outer life. To emphasize the inherent spiritual nature of relationships or relational spirituality. And 4, to cultivate spiritual awareness as a guide in decision making. In its arc of delivery, awakened awareness draws on 6 progressive phases. 1, validity of internal awareness of experience. 2, witness and appreciation of whole self and whole other. Synchronicity and alignments in living. 4, building transcendent capacity through guided spiritual visualization and practices. Sharpening observation by noting and journaling on witness of a sacred, loving, and guiding universe in daily life. And 6, creating a dialectical stance of living in the universe, seeing that humans do not control, but rather interact with the flow of life. That meaning is not so much built, but revealed through living. Which I think important to highlight, and this resonates with me. That meaning, creating a dialectical stance of living in the universe, seeing that humans do not control, but rather interact with the flow of life. And that meaning is not so much built, but revealed through living. Broad clinical implications of the findings from this study might include consideration around the makeup of the treatment team for addressing depression. Some patients with a strong personal spirituality may prefer that treatment is delivered by a spiritually oriented psychotherapist. Other patients might prefer treatment to be delivered through a partnership between a psychotherapist and a member of the clergy of their own faith tradition. These two models might be viewed as forming a continuum of care for uniting spirituality and psychotherapy in treatment. Spiritually oriented psychotherapy versus a partnership model that might be made explicit by psychotherapists so that a patient is able to make an informed treatment decision. Right, so here's where, customized interventions, are great, and obviously encouraged. Where it's this awakened awareness practice, as they say, it's an explicit spiritual practice. That it can have a religious component if, let's say, the patient chooses, where it's if you just want the spiritual practice and you don't want to tie it to religion, well, then there's the option of you have have a psychotherapist trained in a spiritual intervention, such as the awakened awareness one. Whereas it looks like others who, want to really more root their spirituality in religion, then you might have the psychotherapist that is partnered with I guess, as they say, a clergy, or some sort of clergy or a member of the clergy of their own faith tradition. Which, I wouldn't choose that route personally. I would be more, some patients with a strong personal spirituality may prefer the treatment is delivered by a spiritually oriented psychotherapist. Again, that would be what I would choose. I don't identify with any religion whatsoever. Definitely, I have no relationship with any clergy of any religion. For sure, a spiritually oriented psychotherapist. I wrote. So, wrapping up this study, the conclusion: in sum, for people at high risk for depression, the neural underpinning of relational spirituality, altruism, and love of neighbor as self were inversely associated with a diagnosis of major depressive disorder over the past 10 years, and were prospectively protective against severity of depressive symptoms over the ensuing 8 years. Right. So it's two-pronged, where it's these specific dimensions, okay, as they highlighted earlier, and I highlighted multiple times. So far, they've identified, 5 dimensions of spirituality. And now it seems like these specific 2 of them this altruism and love of neighbor as self, seems like those two specific dimensions conferred this, not only this protective effect against a diagnosis of major depressive disorder over 10 years, but also, and were, so even if you had a diagnosis, major depressive disorder, it seems like these two dimensions, altruism and love of neighbor as self, it had this protective effect against severe symptoms, even if you, received a diagnosis of major depressive disorder. So altruism per se prospectively protects against a diagnosis of major depressive disorder. Love of neighbor as self prospectively decreases severity of symptoms in those at high risk for depression. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so seems like they're separating it out. Whereas like the altruism does one thing, love of neighbor does something a little bit different. There's definitely some overlap, but it's distinct. Taken with a body of research that shows altruism creates healing and renewal, the current study reveals a foundational neuroanatomical underpinning to the protective effect against depression among people with vulnerability towards mood disorder. Beholding fellow humans as spiritual beings to be loved and helped is neuroanatomically protective against depression in the good doer. Whereas previous research has focused on the beneficial psychosocial sequela of altruism, for instance, a sense of purpose or personal value, other people kindly reciprocate. To the best of our knowledge, this is the first published study to show the protective benefit of altruism against depression at the level of brain morphology. Right. So it's like there's past research showing like positive benefits of altruism. But, it seems like these positive benefits of altruism, it's like it's a side effect, or it results in these positive side effects. Where it's like you have a sense of purpose or personal value, and that, if you treat people kindly, well then, hopefully, or generally speaking, people will also treat you with kindness. But they're showing that, there's something inherent to altruism at the level of the brain that seems to also confer beneficial effects. Where it's like, yeah, at the level of brain morphology. Altruism and love of neighbor are associated with cortical thickness across regions in the brain engaged during transcendent forms of perception, higher power, such as God, universe, divine presence, or whatever person's related name. Right. As I highlighted earlier, a higher power doesn't have to mean God. It could be the universe, divine presence. It could be nature. However you want to conceive it, basically. This neural concomitance potentially implies that altruism and love of neighbor engage the same perceptual lens for viewing sacredness in fellow people as used to perceive the higher power. A way of seeing and feeling relational spirituality in daily life that protects against depression, quite possibly in those people most at risk. Cortical thickness across the VFTN may represent robust development of the perceptual capacity previously identified in twin study research, the variance of which is explained roughly 1/3 by broad heritability and 2/3 by the environment, and which has been shown to protect against depression. Relative strength of development of the innate neural capacity across the VFTN may represent a healthier and more resilient cultivation of brain and psyche. Humans may be hardwired for mental health through care of fellow human beings. Interesting. Whoever saves a single life saves the entire world. Which I believe this is, whatever. Religious text. Often read to reflect a moral imperative. They also reveal a pathway to human wholeness. Right. So, this last sentence here, pretty explicit. Where it's like, given their findings here at the level of the brain, neuroscience research, psychiatry research, neuroimaging is the journal, I believe. Yeah, psychiatry research, neuroimaging. So, this is pretty explicitly neuroscience research. And it seems like, based off of, their findings, so far, as they sort of say, um, you know, the human capacity for resilience might be great, and it might be the greatest when expressed through care of fellow human beings, which I think is cool, and that is something that I largely agree with, but that was sort of like my guiding principle before I ever came across this. This is something that I more or less already believe. But it's nice to always have your beliefs grounded in research, science, and empirically validated. Which again goes back to this dimension here. It seems like the closer you are to self-transcendent, not only do you appear to be more resilient, where you're protected, you have some protection against depression, but also it seems like you have a greater capacity or greater care for others, and it's through there that you're not only protected against depression and you have greater resilience, but also that understandably, I guess, naturally results in greater well-being. Where I think, based off of all the research that I come across and that I read quite a bit, like all the values here, typically towards self-transcendent, those are the ones that appear to cultivate greater well-being, greater fulfillment. Where it's like, I would probably replace this, or at least as they use in the research, it should be religiosity / spirituality, where I think it's pretty clear that you don't need the religious aspect. You get all the benefits of religion through spirituality. So, lastly, to wrap up, again, sort of trying to make the case that it seems like spirituality is, as they alluded to just in the research that I just covered, it's rooted in the brain, where it seems like we have an innate capacity, a built-in capacity for spirituality or spiritual experiences, or as they say in the title, personalized spiritual experiences. And again, it involves this researcher, this pioneer, spiritual research, Lisa Miller, going back to Columbia University. But this is also, a collaboration with a bunch of other researchers, where you have, this researcher here, associated or affiliated with the Department of Psychiatry, Yale University School of Medicine. And then you also have, you have Yale University School of Medicine, you have Columbia University, basically, two Ivy League universities. And you have the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral DeGroote School of Medicine. So this is Canadian University, Hamilton, Ontario. And McMaster, at least in Canada, is a highly respected, highly regarded research university. I believe when it comes to research funding, they are one of the universities that receive one of the highest, if not the highest, amount of research funding from the government. And they're basically a really high quality research university. And you also have Yale University School of Medicine again. More Yale. Well, it's basically boiled down to Columbia University, McMaster, Yale. So, and it seems like, again, this more neuroscience. So they're basically trying to figure out, or I guess have figured out, the neurocorrelates of personalized spiritual. And this is fairly recent, at least when it comes to, Science World, 2019. The last study that we just covered is 2021, so a little bit more recent. So this research came afterwards. So, I guess I probably should have covered this first, covering this one, but I don't think the order really matters. Where it's like, okay, they at this point they know that spirituality is a thing, and now, based off of prior research, they sort of like carved out, those 5 dimensions of spirituality, and then through this research, they zeroed in like, oh, it's these 2 dimensions of spirituality that seem to confer like the most beneficial effects, at least so far, from what they can tell. It's like this altruism and love of neighbor. So now going back, okay, prior to that research we just covered, so like the question is like, well, okay, is spirituality rooted in the brain? And if so, how is it rooted in the brain? Are there neural correlates, something that we can measure at the level of the brain? We can find spirituality. So, across cultures and throughout history, recorded history, human beings have reported self-transcendent spiritual experiences. Right. Again, going back to this, to me, self-transcendent is more or less synonymous, at least the way I conceive, with spirituality. Though varying widely in form, from ecstatic religious chanting to a felt oneness with the natural environment, these experiences share in common a perceived dissolution of the boundary between self and other, and a sense of union with something larger than oneself. Nonetheless, little is known about how the experience of self-transcendence operates at the neural level. In this study, we set out to examine neural mechanisms that underlie personalized spiritual experiences. A range of specific neural structures and systems have been linked to aspects of spirituality in religious and general contexts. In 16 healthy individuals, availability of the serotonin transporter, specific RAFE nuclei, has been linked to self-transcendence and spiritual acceptance. Among Carmelite nuns recollecting their most intense mystical experience in the order, multiple subcortical and cortical regions were implicated, including the brainstem, striatum, and frontal and parietal cortices. Among Mormons, and across tasks simulating religious practices, reward and salience and attentional systems were activated in regions including the ventral striatum. Among 104 individuals at varying risk for depression, a greater belief in the importance of religion and spirituality was associated with diminished default mode connectivity. Among individuals with long-term substance use, cortical thinning in the posterior cingulate cortex was associated with measures of spirituality. Aspects of spirituality have also been linked to lower brain volumes in regions including the PCC, in a sample of 65 substance-abusing and non-abusing young adults. Interesting. So here is where, there's the interesting research question, at least to me, of like cause and effect. Where it's like, well, what we do know, okay, as part of, let's say, for example, the Alcoholics Anonymous, 12-step program. Part of it, as far as I know, I'm definitely not an expert in 12-step program, and I'm definitely not saying that the 12-step program, empirically backed by science. Even though, like, there's some research to show that, there is some effect, some positive effect in its ability to treat addiction. But what I do know is that part of the 12-step program is like, whatever, surrendering to like this higher power, or like basically, incorporating some sort of spiritual experience as part of the 12-step recovery program. And as they're alluding to here, where it's like it seems like there's brain change, when you study the brains of people with addiction or substance use disorder, there are measurable effects. And it seems like there's measurable effects at the level of the brain when it comes to, let's say their spirituality. And so the question is like, do these brain changes, is it the result of the substance use disorder? Or, do these individuals, are they at higher risk for a substance use disorder as a result of, let's say, those brain changes? Or like, basically, is the lack of spirituality potential risk factor for substance use disorder? Or does the substance use disorder result in, lack of spirituality and thus the brain change? To me, that's the interesting question, or one of the many interesting questions. Although multiple brain regions may contribute to spirituality, the parietal cortex is arguably the most frequently implicated brain region linked to spirituality. For example, a self-reported sustained high importance of personal spirituality was associated with cortical thickness in parietal and precuneus regions. Spontaneous immersion of spiritual awareness, perception, and relationship to the transcendent was associated with regeneration around lesions in the parietal cortex. During religious recitation, religious individuals were found to engage frontoparietal circuitry. Preliminary data have also suggested that the parietal cortex may also contribute to Christmas spirit amongst individuals with Christmas traditions. Very fitting, given the fact that as of whatever 27 minutes ago, it's Christmas Day where I am. Using electroencephalography, posterior alpha has been associated with aspects of religiosity and spirituality, again implicating the parietal region. Some research has identified exceptional spiritual perception and mystical experiences in clergy, also showing associations with parietal cortical function. Neuroimaging studies of meditation and meditative prayer suggest an inverse relationship between parietal lobe activity and religious spiritual beliefs, with complementary findings observed in clinical populations. In two reports from the same group, excitatory stimulation of the inferior parietal lobe, or lobule rather, using intermittent theta burst stimulation was associated with decreases in implicit religiousness and spirituality, whereas a virtual lesion of the IPL using repetitive transcranial magnetic stimulation induced rapid increases in implicit religiousness and spirituality. Together, these findings provide strong support for the IPL in governing aspects of religiousness and spirituality. Seems like this inferior parietal lobule, as they say, heavily implicated in governing aspects of spirituality, religiousness. In considering a theoretical foundation for why the parietal cortex has been repeatedly implicated in studies of spirituality, it is important to consider its function more broadly. The parietal cortex contributes to multiple processes including attention, impulse control, planned reasoning, sensory processing, and spatial reasoning, amongst other aspects of human functioning. Intriguingly, given that spirituality involves a felt sense of connection with someone or something outside of oneself, the parietal cortex, and perhaps particularly in the right hemisphere, has been identified as contributing to a sense of self. For example, converging evidence using different methodologies suggests that the medial parietal cortex, precuneus, as part of a medial paralimbic network involving medial, prefrontal, and anterior-cingulate regions, represents an important hub in a neural signature of self-awareness. Furthermore, this medial parietal region appears functionally connected with lateral regions of the parietal cortex associated with self-reference. Taken together with the findings above, data suggests that a felt sense of connection outside of oneself that is a core component of spirituality may involve the IPL and related circuitry, right? So, they're getting into, heavy neuroscience, trying to by certain brain states certain brain regions. So this felt sense of connection, etc., etc. But the main message is that this felt sense of connection outside of oneself is a core component of spirituality that may involve this IPL, that inferior parietal lobule, and related circuitry. Although studies have linked specific brain measures to aspects of spirituality, none have sought to directly examine spiritual experiences, particularly when using a broader, modern definition of spirituality that may be independent of religiousness. A potential challenge in studying spiritual experiences involves the vast variety of spiritual experiences that may have varying degrees of relevance or meaning to different individuals. Right. As mentioned multiple times before, the spiritual experience, or spirituality, and I guess, well, religiousness, is highly subjective, right? It's, I would say exclusively subjective experience. Where it's like how I feel and identify as a spiritual person is definitely different, or appears to be unique from however else someone experiences their spirituality. A potential solution to this situation involves the generation of a personally relevant, individually tailored scripts that relate to spiritual experiences. In this study, we adapted a widely used guided imagery task that we have used to study motivational and emotional processing related to substance, alcohol, drug, cravings, and stress responsivity to investigate directly the neural correlates of spiritual experiences. We hypothesized that behavioral and neural responses to individualized spiritual cues would differ from those to stress and neutral relaxing cues, with the spirituality condition being associated with higher self-reported spiritual feelings and relatively decreased parietal activation. So it seems like, okay, they have a way to kind of like induce or cultivate a spiritual experience in people using some sort of script or guided spiritual experience. What was the exact words? Guided imagery task. So it seems like that's a method in which attempt to spiritual experience, and then presumably scan their brains. Where it's like, oh, how is this brain responding? Spiritual experience, form of a guided imagery task. So not going to go through all of the methodology. Just the participants came from this specific community, New Haven community. 27 English-speaking young adults. Like the mean age was 22. So yeah, young adults. 27 and 12 were female. About a little bit less than 50% female. They using fMRI, structured clinical interview for basically, understandably, weaning out psychiatric disorders. They excluded pregnant, breastfeeding. That makes sense. So fMRI is generally pretty safe. I play it safe. Reduce call risk. Definitely don't want to unnecessarily expose someone who's pregnant to fMRI. No antidepressant medication. And yeah, certain sites and conditions. So yeah, they basically situation and imagery training session. Approximately 1 hour prior to scanning session, participants were acclimated to specific aspects of the study's procedure, training, guided imagery. Like they're gonna train them or prime them for the spiritual experience. Results. So, what were the main findings? Just double check something. Yeah, so Basically, it's overall putting people in an fMRI scanner, giving them attempting to give them spiritual experience, and how their brain reacts to that. Spiritual experiences involve pronounced shifts in perception, offer the effects of stress on mental health. Here, we provide mechanistic accounts of how these changes may occur at neural levels. Consistent with our hypotheses, spiritual cues relative to neutral relaxing cues were associated with greater self-reported intensity of spiritual connection and reduced activation in the inferior parietal lobe. Right, so in addition to like the spiritual experience, they had to have a control, right? And their control was neutral relaxing cues. They had their spiritual cues. Oopsies, sorry about that. Yeah, they had their spiritual cues, and they're comparing it to the neutral relaxing cues. You need some sort of baseline to compare to. At least if you want to attempt to draw any sort of meaningful. So, as they sort of said, in comparison to the neutral relaxing cues, there was like, there was a reported intensity of spiritual connection. Makes sense. You know, if you're giving people essentially a spiritual exercise, hopefully actually successful, greater spiritual connection. And it seems like it resulted in reduced activation in this particular brain region, the inferior parietal lobe. They refer to it as lobule, or crazy. Inferior parietal lobule. That are lobule and lobe interchangeable? I don't know. I'm not a neuroscientist, but I don't know why they would change it up in the article. A region implicated in various perceptual processes. However, such a difference was not observed with respect to the stress cue. Additionally, we observe that compared with the stress condition, the spirituality condition was associated with reduced activity in the medial thalamus and striatum, brain regions implicated in sensory and emotional processing. These results suggest neural foundations for spiritual experiences across different traditions and practices. The present study showed reduced activity in the left IPL following spiritual cues, which is consistent with several previous investigations suggesting an inverse relationship between spiritual awareness and parietal activity. The posterior parietal cortex has been implicated in religiosity and spirituality across a wide variety of measures, including importance of religion and spirituality, great self-transcendence, implicit religiousness and spirituality, mindfulness meditation training, and contemplative prayer. Furthermore, activity in this region has been linked to spatio-temporal perceptual processes, and in particular, the representation of the human body in time and space. Since spiritual practices and experiences typically involve a perceived alteration in time and space, often an expanded sense of self in relation to the environment, including subjective reports from the current study, these findings lend support to our hypotheses and the relatively blunted activity of the IPL observed in the present study. The hemispheric lateralization of posterior parietal activation differs, however, across various studies of spirituality, which invites a more nuanced interpretation. Research has implicated the right IPL in the cognitive representation of one's own body in space, while the left IPL has been linked to the visuospatial representation of others. Functionally connected to the ventral premotor cortex, the IPL contains both motor and mirror neurons, which allow an observer to perceive individuals' motor behaviors and intentions. And the left IPL in particular has been implicated in reading others' intentions. Moreover, research has linked the IPL to the attribution of agency, whereby left IPL activity may signal an attribution of agency outside of oneself. Taken together, present findings suggest that spiritual experiences may involve a perceived encounter with a spacious presence, entity, external to oneself. Interesting. So it's like, spacious presence or like felt presence. Where it's like, I guess, physically you're alone, but, spiritually, quote unquote, you're not alone. Which is like super interesting, and that appears to be like rooted in the brain, or that's something that's a state that you can induce, that like appears to be rooted in the brain. This interpretation is consistent with a strong feeling of connection or surrender to a deity or other revered figure, as often reported in religious and spiritual literature. The IPL has also been implicated in episodic memory retrieval, as well as processing human faces. Possibly suggesting that spiritual experiences interact with memory retrieval processes in a unique way. This possibility, however, is tempered by the fact that all three conditions involved in re-experiencing highly salient memories, including those that may involve recollection of people plus their faces. As such, the experimental design argues that against these possibilities. Nonetheless, future investigations involving larger samples may permit investigation of scripts with and without specific features. For example, recollection of people or spiritual beings, to investigate such possibilities directly. Additionally, it is worth noting that the responses during the spiritual cue condition are congruent with the notion that systems-based changes may occur on neural levels in response to the spiritual condition in comparison with the stress condition revealed decreased activation in the medial thalamus and striatum, regions that also showed heightened activity following stress cues in comparison to the neutral relaxing condition. These regions are involved in sensory and emotional processing, and represent components of an identified cortical striatal circuit related to stress response, whereby the thalamus relays information to striatal regions. Reduced activity in these regions suggests, therefore, that both the spiritual and relaxing experiences may similarly differ from stressful experiences in activation of these subcortical regions. In addition, at a methodological level, this study introduces a novel script-driven imagery approach to investigating neural correlates of spiritual experiences that may often occur spontaneously and are therefore difficult to study otherwise. The subjective responses demonstrate the ability of the task to generate personally meaningful spiritual experiences. As an alternative to studying particular volitional spiritual practices, which typically come from a particular tradition. This method allows for the inclusion of multiplicity of backgrounds. Right. So it seems like they have validated, their methodology of inducing a spiritual experience. That guided imagery task. And as they're saying here, that it seems like the guided imagery task was successful in inducing a spiritual experience. And so, basically other researchers, future research can, let's say, with confidence, use this guided imagery task to induce, a state of spirituality. While the results may have mental health implications, given links between spirituality and better mental health, it is important to note that our sample is derived from a healthy population. Future investigations of spiritual experiences in longitudinal studies or among clinical populations would produce further insights about such relationships. Limitations of the study include a relatively small sample of young adults. Although, so this is kind of, again, I probably should have covered this study first. But hindsight is 20. I was just kind of like, not gonna lie, I was eager to cover this just because I think it's a little bit cooler. That's just because it builds upon this foundational reason. Where it's like, as they're alluding to here, this study was looking at spiritual experiences in, a healthy population. And, they basically screened out those with a diagnosed psychiatric disorder. And so, they're calling for, given the fact that there's past research showing that, there's an association between spirituality and better mental health, it would be cool to see in future research if, inducing a spiritual experience, or like, is there the therapeutic effect or beneficial effect of a spiritual experience, which, as I highlighted before this, like, yes, the answer is yes. Future research did show that, there's a positive benefit. Oh, and Nota Bud, welcome. So I hope you're doing well. But yes, totally got the blizzard. Got the snow blizzard Thursday night, and then from Friday night to this morning afternoon, it was like freezing rain and crazy winds. Got a blizzard and like I guess a mild ice storm or heavy ice rain with like some pretty crazy winds. And I know that you're also in Canada, basically next door. I hope that you have power and everyone's okay. Yeah, that's my understanding. And I covered it earlier. Let's see if I can do. But yeah, in Quebec, like there's hundreds of thousands of people that are without power, and Hydro-Quebec is like working overtime to restore power. But I thankfully have been spared, at least when it comes to power, and well, everything else. Obviously, I have an internet connection, but that's just, well, part of that is because I'm downtown in the major city of Quebec, in an apartment complex. A little bit fortunate in that regard. But yeah, I know that there are definitely people out there that are in very harsh conditions, which my heart goes out to them. Like I definitely hope everyone's okay. But I know that sadly there have already been deaths associated with like the crazy weather that's going on across all of North America. Let's see, wrapping up this study. Where was I? Yes, future investigations of spiritual experiences, longitudinal studies, or among clinical populations would produce further insights about such relations. Limitations of the study include a relatively small sample of young adults. Although participants' religious and spiritual backgrounds were relatively diverse, the study drew from a relatively small young adult sample, right? Because, the average age of people in this study were 22. So, like, really young. Further investigations should include larger samples of participants from multiple cultures, backgrounds, and age groups in order to understand better individual differences in the neural correlates of spirituality. In conclusion, these results demonstrate neural mechanisms underlying spiritual experiences across diverse traditions and perspectives. Continuing to build our empirical understanding of how spiritual experiences are mediated by the brain and the future extension of similar studies to clinical populations could help facilitate the judicious integration of spirituality into treatment and prevention in areas of mental health conditions. Right. And again, what followed this study, again, this researcher, Lisa Miller, and I'm pretty sure like a lot of these researchers here. You have Clayton McClintock. Who else? Wiseman involved this one? No. Either way, there's at least 2 researchers that carried over from this study into this one. And just like more and more evidence showing that, not only is spirituality, a thing, a real thing that appears to be rooted in our biology at the level of the brain, not only that, like there's all kinds of positive benefits to being spiritual. And I would highlight and emphasize spiritual, not necessarily religious, which I think is pretty cool, and just further reinforces, and I guess further encourages me to continue to be a spiritual person. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I've never identified with any religion, never considered myself any sort of religious person, and I definitely shun religion and religious practices. But when it comes to spirituality, I definitely consider myself pretty heavily spiritual person, without defining what that is. Or at least the best way that I can sort of conceptualize it for myself, as I mentioned earlier, sort of like something to do with self-transcendent, or like greater than oneself. That's the best way to sum it up. And I would encourage anyone, at least based off of the research that I just went through, and a whole bunch of other research that I don't have time to go through. There's a whole host of other studies where it's like a contribution of religion, spirituality, and major depressive disorder to altruism. No surprise. And then, again, how spirituality has this, not surprisingly, cross-cultural aspect. And then, yeah, again, some more neuroscience research showing, spirituality rooted in the brain, and also has this protective effect against depression. I find some people almost need a religion, and if they don't find it in the traditional religion, they start worshiping. So I take your point in that it seems like there are people out there that really latch on to a religion. I don't know that I would go as far as need, personally. Where it's like, I would say like the people that feel like they need a religion, they can I would say they're just not practicing spirituality in like the best way. Personally, that's my view of it. Where it's like, I think they, again, get all the benefits and get all of the meaning out of spiritual practices without being religious, or like latching on to a particular religion and all of the, for lack of a better term, all of the baggage associated, in my mind, every religion. Or every organized religion. And maybe I'll cover this research. I'm sure at some point I'll return covering spirituality or the research. I don't see the difference between that and the popes. Well, I don't know anybody personally that worships the government, as far as I know, but maybe I just don't know enough people. At least I don't see. I personally don't see people, let's say, worshiping or praying to government officials, and like I wouldn't even encourage that. Just as I wouldn't encourage anybody to worship the Pope or bishops. I would not encourage anybody to worship government officials, or like I wouldn't even encourage anybody, based off of what I went through in the research. I wouldn't encourage anybody to worship another person. I would just encourage someone to, as they put it, sort of associate it with a higher power. Where it's like in their own language, on their own terms. Where I think it's pretty clear that, spirituality and religiosity, or at least spirituality, not about worshiping people or certain figureheads, but really it's about a transcendent relationship, greater than oneself. That should almost certainly not be about another person, whether pope, bishop, or government official. And that's born out of the research. But I take your point. There are definitely, I know that there are people that exist, sure, that probably place too much stock in government. But I would say the same thing about people on religion. Place too much stock. I would say, in my opinion, everyone places too much stock in religion. But that's my own personal belief. where I definitely strongly encourage spirituality. I discourage, personally. And that goes back to this. This sort of values graph. Where it's like, yes, in some sense, religiosity, in some aspects, like, cultivates universalism, but it only cultivates universalism if you're, part that particular religion. Where it's like, yeah, you're Christian, then yeah, you're universal, and oneness is with other Christians, but it's not with humanity at large. And I think there's clear conflicts when it comes to the major religions and how they get along, and that they are almost fundamentally opposed universalism. There are fundamental differences, as opposed to like spirituality. I think you can totally, based off of the research, you can totally cultivate universalism in the absence of religion. The oneness with some sort of transcendent self or being, higher power, however you conceptualize. Like at one point you couldn't question the government. Is that not barking up? Well, yeah, but that holds true. I mean, if you're talking about, let's say, government, royal decrees, like, heresy. Well, to be a heretic, whatever. Blasphemous, etc., etc. But yeah, there definitely was a time where you could not question governments or whatever the monarch. But I think at least in Canada and the United States, you can still question government edicts. I think it depends on how you question. If you're questioning by being violent, then I would say that's not acceptable. But I do still think that in Canada, United States, still allowed to question government. Let's see. So with that, end the stream here. I have to get up a little bit earlier. I have a family gathering, which I have mixed feelings about. I don't know how I feel about gathering. And yeah, stay safe to you as well, Nota Bud. Always a pleasure to see you. I definitely hope you have, if you're able to have, a relaxing, nice holiday, however you celebrate, or not. At the very least, I hope you're able to have some good relaxation time. Let's see who can we raid into. Yeah, I'm definitely thankful that my power won't have any internet connection issues. I think we're gonna raid F-bombs. Oh, Cernu, welcome. Yeah, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you as well. Always a pleasure to see you. And I definitely had you in mind when coming up with this stream about spirituality. And from what I understand, at the very least, I think you consider yourself either a spiritual person, a religious person, or both. I have 7 feet snowdrifts, blocky. Yeah, I've seen some crazy photos about some of the snowfall that some people are getting across North America. Yeah, Cernu, I hope wherever you are, I think you're in the United States, I hope you're spared from any of the crazy weather that lots of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, are experiencing. It seems like almost like a once-in-a-lifetime weather event. Oh, I know. I think we're gonna raid into Beer Bash Johnson. So yeah, that's gonna be it for this stream. I plan to stream next. And yeah, to anyone that celebrates, it's Christmas. It's officially Christmas Day, where I am, and I wish everyone out there a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays or whatever it is that you celebrate or don't. I hope that you're just having a good time and are able to rest and relax. I plan to stream next on Wednesday. It's going to be, right now I have a workout stream scheduled, and I'm probably going to stream later on Wednesday after the workout stream, another science and news stream. But I've yet to plan that out. At the very least, I think the bare minimum I'll have a workout stream on Wednesday. Let's see if I can set up the raid. And yeah, thank you to everyone that passed by. No to Bud, Urnu, Desperado Sensei, Zeron Elite. I know I'm missing out on a bunch of people, which I apologize for. Oh yeah, Seth Rogen, or Discount Seth Rogen, I guess is the appropriate username. And anybody else that I forgot, I apologize. But thank you. Yeah, streaming next on Wednesday, workout stream, probably a science and news stream later on. And until then, take care, be well, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, stay safe, and give a follow, Dear Bash Johnson, if you haven't already.
Caroline, avec du bœuf canadien à 100%, du bacon et des oignons croustillants. Un quart de livre débordant de sauce sucrée et relevée, une nouveauté des architectes.